Greetings to all of my Pisces. So Pisces and cross watchers, we are going to get into a general reading for the collective sign of Pisces. This is going to be a 3 decan reading that was requested. Okay, so I want to do all 3 decan readings here. I'm going to go ahead and clear out the energy, and this may take about an hour, okay, for each decan. So this will be timestamped, so you can always go back and check out, another decan if you want to, or you can stop it, look at it later, whatever you choose to do, all right? But let's go ahead and clear out the energy first. I'm going to do 1 sound. You can do what you want to do during this time. You can clear out your thoughts. Maybe you want to inhale or exhale or whatever, okay? It'll just be 1 for the first decan. All right. So Pisces, I'm going to set this aside and let's go ahead and get started. It's going to be a lot of reading here. So Pisces, you are the first decan Pisces, okay? And your birthday usually is between, sometimes it depends on what you look at. It can be between February the 18th, I say February the 19th, up until February the 29th, okay? And depending on what cards, what tarot or oracle cards you're using, you'll see different images. Like this one is Pisces as well. This is connected to sensitize. You feel things a lot, okay? And Pisces, you rule the 12th house. So I'll go ahead and read on that before I get into your ruling planets. But also you're a mutable sign, and I'm going to read on that as well so you can get the information about that. So for those who do want to know, I'm using this zodiac sign. This is one of the ones I actually gave away for free with my giveaways. Okay, so again, Pisces, you rule the 12th house here. And the 12th house has a lot to do with your inner self, your self-dreams, your secrets. It has a lot to do with the past and your subconscious as well as karma, okay? All right, but we're going to get just a little deeper into what this particular card speaks about. It's a mutable sign. And your key phrase is, I believe. And again, the first decan Pisces is born between February the 19th and March the 20th. The intuitive energy of the water flows and flows and flows through the changeableness of the mutable quality. There is creativity and psychic insights available, probably hidden in plain sight. The key phrase, I believe, means that you do believe that the answers are out there and that you, by paying attention as only you can, will find them. In this situation, ask, how can I tap into the compassionate heart of the universe? Listen and see with your heart. Pisces energy is very aware of the unseen currents of the world, including the emotions of others. This can be overwhelming. Employ simple and energetic protection techniques and avoid destruction, escapism. Okay, so now I wanted you all to see the difference between what is being said from this one, from this oracle deck, opposed to this oracle deck pertaining to the Pisces, okay? I just kind of want you all to get some insight into the variations of them. So the symbol for Pisces is 2 fish usually swimming in the opposite directions. Pisces rules the feet and resonates with wetlands, streams, and ponds. Ruled by expansion, Jupiter, in traditional astrology, and by intuitive, Neptune, in modern astrology, mutable water signs Pisces call us to sense our dreams and intuitive perceptions for the trickles and the streams of understanding. The sun shines in Pisces between February the 20th and March the 20th. You see how they vary when this one said the 19th, but this one says the 20th, okay? All right, action. Pisces asks us to swim in the ambient pool of emotions and be moved to compassionate actions. With Pisces, think of a vast watery landscape with streams meandering over fields, through ponds and swamps, through the different elements and diverse species flow together in one settled, boundarylessly, and fertile landscape. Appreciate all the diverse voices in the situation and take them as tributaries to your river. This complex ecology, or I would say ecology, has so much more to say and is so much more robust than any simple monoculture. The situation you are facing is also subtle and complex, but that is its strength. This moment calls for finer perceptions, a more sensitive microphone. Be as aware of other people's feelings as you are of your own, but know whose feelings are whose. Track carefully what you soak up from others and what is true to be your own wellspring. Learn to honor a twin perception, that we are both individual selves with our own work to do, and that our selves are embedded in the body of creation. Healthy boundaries help us do our individual work. Spiritual practice can help us shift our perception from the cell mind to our role in the body of the one. The challenge with Pisces is Pisces permeability can leave you lost in a swamp, anxious, wondering whether your sadness is your own or if it has been sponged up from your surroundings. Empathize with others, but don't try to carry everyone else's pain for them and double the burden. Now, the gift with Pisces is tune into a healthy ecosystem with Pisces sensitive perception. We are all cells in the body of the one. Healthy individuals contribute to the health of the whole. So Pisces, I want you to see the difference in these two cards, okay? This is more of like just a synopsis of this, okay? It's just like a more concise version of this, whereas this delve into a little more detail with even the mutable part of you, Pisces, okay? And I'll dig a little deeper into that. Okay, so you also are the ruler of the 12th house. And like I said, I read from that book about the 12th house, about what that means, but I'll also read from this one about the 12th house, because the 12th house is about introspection. If your chart were a village map, the 12th house would be a quiet place. The sun is in the 12th house just after sunrise, a time for prayer and meditation, for dreaming our deepest dreams. The 12th house is your inner child's world, containing both the fairyland into which you might escape and the monsters that may live under your bed. Introspect. This situation is complex, so learn what's going on behind the scenes before you act. Look for private motives, hidden enemies, and surprise angels. Take time alone to develop an idea or listen within. The 12th house speaks of both who you are when no one's looking and the fact that your fate is extrably linked to every other sentient being. Work with this metaphor. We are all cells in the body of the divine. It's essential that you take care of yourself, your individual self, and honor who you are. But you also must acknowledge that your work within an organism, meaning your family or your culture, which operates within the body of all creation. If you just take care of yourself and disregard the rest, you become a cancer that brings illness to that great body. If you deny your individuality, you can't do what you were born to do. Both realities are clear and true. You do exist independently, and you are part of the collective. It's just a perspective shift. It's impractical to get lost in oneness, whether in spiritual bliss or over-identification with your group, and neglect your individual health. But it can be spiritually painful to feel stuck in the isolated, single-cell mindset. Spiritual practice can help you find a healthy midpoint between a disconnected, lonely state and a state of connection. Connection to one another, to a cause, or to the divine. Grounding helps you return to your personal path. The challenges with being in the 12th house is it can be hard to find a healthy place between feeling subsumed by a group and dwelling in stunted isolation. The 12th house asks you to face your fears. The gift with being a 12th house zodiac sign is, in quiet moments of prayer, meditation, and creative bliss, feel that deep connection to the source and know you are not alone. Okay? So Pisces, get what you need to get out of that. Okay? All right, as a Pisces, ruler of the 12th house. So let's look into this mutable energy. You're a water sign here. And that mutable energy. So as a mutable sign of Pisces, you actually share the zodiac. You share that mutable energy with Gemini, Sagittarius, and Virgo. Okay. These signs are full at the conclusion of each season, meaning that Pisces is you are finishing up winter. Gemini finishes up spring. Sagittarius finishes up fall. Virgo finishes up summer, okay? Mutable signs are intellectual and adaptive. You are good with change. The mutable signs take all the idea systems and information that other signs have built and perfected. This is like editing these things and getting ready for prime time. Pisces, as the mutable sign, you are good at getting people's emotions unstuck. Sometimes at their own detriment. You can walk into a situation as an empath and suddenly trigger all these dormant feelings in others. So Pisces, let's get a little deeper into what that means for you as a mutable sign, as a water sign, okay? But Pisces, let's get into what that mutable energy could mean, and I'll use a few examples. This is like the equivalent when you think about winter, because Pisces is finishing up the winter months before we get into that spring energy. So this is, if you think about it, in spring, you see all the babies coming out, the ducks, the squirrels, you see all the baby, the bears, everything coming out. But no one sees that winter month when they're in hibernation. All the work that has to go into keeping them warm and feeding them, where there's scarce food and light is still very minute and dim and things like that. or the roots, the acorns that are planted in the ground and they're underground and they're just kind of growing roots from the melting of the snow or the cold weather. They're trying to stay insulated using the earth, the dirt. And then when the summer comes around, they start to bloom because now they have the sunlight, the heat, all this attention on them. And all people can see is what's above the ground, all what's coming out, the prime time of things. You know, you've perfected some people, and then when they went out in the world, they kind of gave you their behind to kiss, or you perfected some projects in this life and people have taken credit for it. So I found that when Pisces are in their youth, they can be very sociable, but when they get into getting burnt one too many times by people who don't have their best interest at heart, whether it's family, a community, so-called friends, exes, whatever it is, they become more to themselves because that trust has been damaged. And they start to trust their intuition when it comes to people more. And they learn to be more selective with their words because calling people out make them feel uncomfortable. It can trigger some things with people, even though you're an adaptable sign. You can adapt to certain things, but as you get older, you're not willing to adapt to BS. So nothing is set in stone with this mutable sign here. Mutable is all about change, shape-shifting, even that something is still developing. This card indicates that something is needed, changing, and there's room for maneuver. So take it as a sign that the situation you're asking about is far from finalized. If you're not happy with the current state of play, that's marvelous. It means you can still change the course of the outcome. However, there's also a sense that the situation could perhaps be a little unstable. For some, this is great news because you can still influence it. Others will struggle with the uncertainty, but should stay with it a little longer. Either way, nothing is set in stone. So with that mutable energy, that means something is always changing. Maybe you don't like the way current things are in your life. It could be on your job, in a relationship, or something, right? So you're kind of trying to adapt without losing your individuality, okay? Without, like I said, when I was reading on the Pisces energy, this is you knowing your position in the whole group, okay? And not losing yourself. And sometimes you could be seen as the person who is being difficult because you still want your individuality while everybody else may have kind of lost themselves in the group because they won't use their voice. They're basically repeating what everybody else is saying. They're doing what everyone else is doing, and you're kind of like not willing to do that. You can adapt to certain things, but you're not willing to lose yourself. And you're going to find that the more you find balance in that life, your unbalanced relationships are going to fall by the wayside, okay? So there's something that's still changing with you being a mutable sign here. I know the best will unfold for me. So, well, when the moon is in, the mutable signs are Gemini, Sagittarius, Virgo, and Pisces. And when the moon is in one of these signs, you know there's going to be more flexibility in a situation. Anytime you pull this card, it suggests there's an opportunity to keep visualizing and affirming what you want, as there's still room for change. So think about what you want and enjoy the daydream, okay? All right, so Pisces, let's go ahead and move on. I wanted to get into the gemstones that's associated with you. So this is an amethyst stone here, just so you can kind of see what it looks like in raw form. This is an amethyst stone. And this is aquamarine. It's kind of hard to, but it's kind of like a bluish hue. And I actually had one of these on my, if you go to some of my shorts when I went to the Natural History Museum in Washington, D.C., I actually uploaded a video of an aquamarine stone, so you can kind of see it in depth. But I'm going to read on with this amethyst stone and aquamarine stone represents for you, Pisces. The amethyst stone, and this is for the first decan Pisces, okay? Now, I also meant to tell you too that not only amethyst and aquamarine, but yellow sapphire and bloodstones are really good for the first decan Pisces. And you can actually research which one of those stones works best for your energy at what time, depending on what you're trying to use it for, whether it's protection, clarity, emotional balance, or something like that, okay? So you can look up those stones: aquamarine, amethyst, yellow sapphire, and bloodstone for the first decan Pisces, okay? All right, so Pisces, and I just don't have any yellow sapphire or bloodstones, okay? I don't have either one of those, and I looked through the deck, and they didn't even have them with this deck. So I'm just going to read on the aquamarine and the amethyst, and you can research the other two, okay? All right, so with the amethyst, purple symbolizes wealth and power, and was also reflected in the clothes of rulers and high-ranking religious officials in ancient times. The color of the amethyst represents authority and dignity. It has an effect of calming down, being wise, and making mental depth more profound. It is a source for building intuition and inspiration. It's connected to the 7th chakra, okay? And the color is purple. While it activates spiritual energy to improve insight, it also makes you focus deeply on depression and sadness. Thus, you should be careful. So this isn't a stone that you want to always have on you, okay? Because it really takes your mind into the depths of things, okay? And and I'm going to get deeper into that as I get through this reading. That can really take you into a place where you're kind of needing to release a lot, okay? Especially since we're in this, we're in the moon phase right now. So as Pisces is starting out their birthday season, meaning from February the 19th to February the 29th. Around the 18th, the 19th, and the 20th, we'll have a waning gibbous moon that'll be in Scorpio energy, okay? So there could be something right now where you're taking your power back, and it could just be because your birthday is coming up, like you feel the energy of that power. And that's why I say you can tap into some of these gemstones to kind of see how it makes you feel. But that also could be a time when you're deciding to write a lot of stuff down and kind of cleanse out that energy around that time, around that moon phase, around the waning gibbous moon, where you're cleansing out that energy with that in that Scorpio, okay, type energy. This could have a lot to do with, you know, how you are connected to the world, right? And your sexuality, your power with things. You may be clearing out past energy with past partners, people who you slept with, people where you had that bond with, that cord. You need to do a cord cutting. So you're not holding on to these sexual urges when it comes to past energies that you really need to let go of, right? And move on from. So when you use the amethyst stone, it's good to use it, but carefully use the stone because it is a powerful energy here, and it is a stone of protection and to help you dig deeper into your crown chakra energy and having those insights and getting those downloads. But overusing the stone could put you in a deep depression type state simply because you start to focus on all the bad things that have happened. All of those memories start to come up that you locked away. And this is doing something in moderation, okay? With that waning gibbous moon. You know, knowing when to write certain things down. So I'll say this. So just say you want to write down certain things that you want to let go of because the energy, you want to get it when the energy is not so high. You've found your power, you found your voice to break away from certain people, places, or things, right? So now you want to write down all the things that you're ready to release, right? But you don't want to do this at work because you unlock certain things in your mind, and then maybe it's something that you are looking at as very simple, and okay, now I can just release bad eating habits, or I can release this bad memory in this relationship. But then that could lead into you thinking about another thing that's more triggering. Okay, and you don't want to have a full meltdown at work, and you're about to go into a meeting, and you're like, gosh, I wish I wouldn't even started this, or started thinking about this, because now I have to go into this meeting, red eyes, makeup smeared, this, that, and the other, and people are like, what's wrong with you? Did something happen? And all, asking a lot of questions that you don't want to answer, because this is more of a personal thing. So maybe you could take the time to do this when you're in a car, you're writing things down, getting your thoughts out there, working through all the gunk, so you can start purging this kind of stuff out of your life, so you can sort of kind of like start going through a cleansing in that Scorpio energy there, where you're going to really take your power back and release everything that no longer serves you. And this has a lot to do with your sexual partners from the past. This has a lot to do with you relinquishing power, people using money in a devious way to maybe getting over on you, or times you used money or your power in the wrong way to get over on someone. This is you doing a release and using the amethyst stone to do this, protecting your power, but not overusing it to the point where when you get all of these downloads, you just get into that depressive state. Okay, you start feeling depressed, because that amethyst is connected to your crown chakra, whereas the Aquamarine is connected to your third eye chakra. Okay, and so let me see. Let me read on this for you, Pisces. So aquamarine is a crystal that symbolizes courage, as it sharpens your intuition and removes useless thoughts instantly. It has an excellent effect on calming down your mind. It makes you look at the world with composure, and it helps you to live a better life. It works much better with people with sensitive emotions. So you know what I see, Pisces? So maybe once you have used this amethyst stone to really, during meditation, to really conjure up some of the memories that you had that you really want to release. This could be something from childhood, teenage years, maybe a marriage, a past relationships in your life, jobs, whatever it is, right? And maybe some of those things you didn't have the best outcome with. Okay, so maybe once you're getting these clear downloads and you're writing this out, and this could be, it takes you days to get to this point, and these pages that you have, pages full of things, then you can kind of clear out that energy with this aquamarine. Okay, and this is connected, like I said, to your third eye chakra, that's your sixth chakra, and it's that indigo blue. Okay, and the energy of this stone, it gives you courage to the bold mind and spirit to face the cruel reality so that one can move on. So again, using these together, using that amethyst to really tap into those harsh memories, think about it, but not wanting to stay in that shadow side, that dark place, right? And wanting to cleanse out that energy after you've written down what you needed and maybe had a good cry. Maybe this is in your car, maybe it's at your home, maybe it's in your bathroom or whatever. Maybe you can do whatever you need to do, make sure you're in a safe place, a comfortable place where you're not being interrupted, where you can go through these thoughts and have these emotions and have that emotional cleansing and that cry, and then use this aquamarine stone to kind of get your energy back into where it needs to be, that more stable, release energy. Okay, all right. Okay, so Pisces, let's get into what these are about. Well, no, right now, because so I'm going to do the Goodness and the Waning Moon, because this is kind of closing out your reading. Okay, so Pisces, And I didn't get into your ruling planet, so I'm going to get into that next, okay? I just kind of wanted to do everything at the top first, and then we're going to get into what your ruling planets are and what's connected to you as the first decan Pisces and everything, okay? Let me see, we're 40 minutes in, okay? So you're very close to achieving your goals. That's that gibbous moon energy. And what do you need to release? Waning moon. So again, like I said, you're in that energy where we're in that waning gibbous moon, okay? And going into Pisces, we're going to be in that Scorpio moon. We're going to be in that. Then you'll have that last quarter moon that'll be moving out of Scorpio. Then you'll be moving into that Sagittarius energy. And from Sagittarius, it'll be in there for from between February the 21st until the 22nd. And then we'll be moving out of that from between February the 23rd and February the 24th, it will be in that Capricorn energy. And then from February the 25th up until about February the 26th, it'll be in Aquarius energy. And then from February the 27th up until around February the 28th, 29th type energy, it'll be in Pisces, okay? That it will move into that new moon energy. So, but let's look at what this gibbous moon is about. And I want to, so for those who don't understand what the gibbous moon is, I did put something at the beginning of the reading to explain what gibbous moon is about, that waning energy, waxing and waning. So when you hear me talk about the gibbous moon or the crescent moon, you'll know the difference between the two and what the waning moon and the waxing moon is about. But I'll give you just a little bit of information. The gibbous moon is any more than half of the moon when it's lit up by the sun, and it displays a more pronounced shape, okay? It's visually brighter than the crescent moon, okay? Whereas you could see like the crescent moon is here with this just a partial shape. The gibbous moon is more, it's not completely full, but it's, if you can see, it's still some shadow here. So it's not completely full, but it's more illuminated than the crescent moon. And the crescent moon is any time less than half of the moon, when half of the moon is lit up by the sun, and it appears narrow and curved, okay? And the waxing energy, okay, like I said, we're in that, we're going to start off that Pisces season in the waning gibbous moon, okay? So the waning energy occurs after a full moon is visible each night, right? Whereas the waxing moon occurs after a new moon becomes visible each night. So the waning energy here is like after the full moon type energy, and this is before, okay? So before the new moon. So I'm going to read, since we're in that waning gibbous moon, I'm going to read on what that is, what the waning moon represent for you, Pisces. What do you need to release? Remember, I just said writing some things down, and if it makes you cry, that's okay. Make sure you're in a safe space, things like that, a quiet space where you can get through a thought, writing it down, purge it, because you're going to go through a burning and a release, okay? Whether you're planting it back into the earth and giving it back to Mother Earth, or whether you're putting it into a body of moving water where it's moving away from you, like a river, a stream, or something like that, the ocean or something, right? All right, so the waning moon points to what's falling away. Life goes in cycles, and sometimes we need downtime or to let go. No matter when in the moon cycle you pull this card, it's a sign that a situation has peaked. For better or worse, it's time for you to go easier. It's the autumn and winter of the cycle. So what do you need to release? Almost certainly something from the situation you've asked about. This card can be very positive, but it can still be gently suggesting that you let something go and stop trying so hard. It's safe to let go and move on. Move forward with a little resistance. with as little resistance as possible. This is not a time to start new projects. Releasing emotional baggage is recommended now. Say sorry to someone. Do energetic work such as meditation or yoga. Soon you will see what lies ahead. Okay? So, with this waning cycle, take a moment to look up at the skies every night. You will see the moon growing smaller and smaller as she moves from full to new again. It's the time when things are falling away. It's certainly not the time to cling onto anyone or anything. Drawing this card suggests your situation is in its autumn and winter phase. So hunker down and start the regeneration process. That's just what I was saying in the beginning about that being in hibernation, okay? Hunkering down, doing the work, editing what you need to edit in this life before you have a big reveal. As Pisces get older, they stop editing everyone else's work and making them famous or making them more appealing to the world, and they start to focus more on themselves once they haven't gotten the proper recognition. Now, it's totally okay if you choose to be a ghostwriter, or if you choose to be a motivational speaker, or if you choose to be a life coach, but there's a contract there and you're getting your just due for that. Don't be a fool out here and just be giving away everything for free, because people will take credit for your hard work and then label you a hater because you called them out on it, jealous of their success because you've called them out on it, or a liar. Okay, so it's so important as Pisces get older to see what you bring to the table and start to apply that to your own projects, because Pisces being the first decan, you're kind of out of that Aquarius energy, and that's one of the things that you seem to have a problem with. Whereas like, I'll use this as an example. Sagittarius is another mutable sign, and they're good at finishing up projects, right? Completing projects. Whereas Pisces is very good at helping people complete those phases when it comes to emotions. Okay, so this is a time, Pisces, where you're going to realize you're very close to achieving your goal when it comes to that gibbous moon. Maybe you were in the energy of, like I said, that waning energy. So I really see you kind of getting closer to that energy of wanting to really achieve something. So this is you putting that energy, that editing energy that I spoke of, into yourself, instead of always trying to help people. And that doesn't mean that you are not supposed to help people. That doesn't mean that. That means that you're really supposed to be in the energy of trying to get yourself to another level, so you can, once you are in that place where you know that you're good, right? That's when you can really be of help to others. But if you're constantly building other people up and you're not even in a position where you're completely built, you're going to always feel drained, abused, used, taken advantage of, right? All right. So you're very close to achieving your goals. The word gibbous means bulging. What a descriptive word, right? And pulling this card at any time of the month suggests that the situation you're asking about is bulging with possibilities and coming to a peak. But this isn't an ending card with a neat yes or no answer. Rather, you're being reminded that some adjustments may yet be required before you get what you want, though you're certainly on the right track, which is hopefully reassuring for you. However, there's also a sense that the situation is a bit tense, so don't push too hard. One false move and the whole thing could blow. That's not meant to scare you. It's just to let you know that there's a fuse attached to this situation. So be careful if you choose to light it. I know that I'm on the right track is what you should be telling yourself. Now is a good time to review your plans. Keep the momentum going as you move towards your dreams. Stay focused. It's a good time to start a new project. You need to get back into good health habits, okay? The gibbous moon comes at the very end of the lunar cycle, just before the full moon. She looks like she's bulging because she's almost a full moon. So she's nearly fully rounded. It's the accumulation of the waxing cycle and as such tends to be a rather intense period of the month. No matter when you pull this card, it suggests a very right time and a very right situation. So I know that that kind of contradicts itself. So what I'm saying with these two moons is because with the waning gibbous moon, waning energy, that crescent moon there, and the gibbous moon with that almost, it's not complete full moon there. There's something right now that you're being required to release, the part that you cannot see, the part that you sort of not wanted to deal with, Pisces. And because it's bulging in the shadow side of your life. Whatever it is, it's bulging. This is something that is not going to stay hidden for long, okay? Because whatever it is in the shadow side, it has started to flow into your openness, the openness of your life. It's not going to stay hidden for long. So these are things, this is like you being in the energy where you went through something in your life, right? And it sort of was traumatic. And you figured, okay, well, if I push it down deep enough and just lock the cabinet, I don't have to worry about it anymore. But it has been building energy and it has flowed over into the other files in your life. And every time you go pull a file, a little bit of that energy that from that triggering situation is in there. So as much as you try to get away from it, you can't until you deal with it. So this is why I'm saying you may be going through a cleansing using this amethyst stone, where you're kind of writing down what you need to write down, getting it out, making sure you're in a safe space so you can burn it and you can release it. You can put it back into the ground, or either you can release it into moving water that's moving away from you. Because this is you telling the universe, I am tired of holding on to this. This wasn't something that I needed to hold on to this long. Maybe this wasn't my burden to carry. Maybe I made a mistake back in the day or back in my youth, and now I'm still holding on to it and dealing with it or having to deal with it. Or maybe I regret, helping so many people and they didn't, they moved on into a lot of success and then never gave me my props. This is a lesson learned, Pisces, and this isn't a time for you to go into depression and feel bad about what your contribution was. This is a time for you to know your contribution, see the value in it, and put it into yourself. That's where your individuality comes in the whole with the divine. The divine don't want you to be a cancer to it. The divine wants you to be growth in a good way, happiness, right? So you do have a new start coming up with the new moon in Pisces. And again, like I said, that new moon is going to be around the 27th and the 28th. Okay, the 28th. Because it's going to, so you have the waning gibbous moon, and that waning gibbous moon should be ending around February the 19th, okay? And then you'll be moving into that last quarter moon in Scorpio, right? And then you'll be moving from that last quarter moon into the waning crescent moon. So it'll be moving from the waning gibbous moon. It'll be moving from the waning gibbous moon into the waning crescent moon, okay? So right now, you could be seeing more of like a, not completely full moon energy, But the moon seems to be getting smaller and smaller and smaller going into this crescent energy. So when you have this new moon coming up, that means a new start. And the new moon could look very dark, whereas a full moon is completely illuminated. It's very light, right? So let's see, because around the 27th and the 28th, you're going to have a new start is coming around the 28th of February. So new moon in Pisces. This card speaks of dreams and romance, of soulmates and poetry. It suggests that there's a new start coming your way that's connected to a matter that leaves you feeling somewhere between having your head in the clouds and being in total alternate state. There could be confusion or disappointment if that's what you've had before, and that's what you're expecting. However, if you're into a good thing, then wish hard, because the words of your soul and your heart could help bring about the manifestation of your dreams. If all that sounds a little wet and watery, then that's Pisces for you. This is the last sign of the zodiac, and the new moon in Pisces card can suggest a last-ditch change to make your dreams come true. Use your feelings to guide your way. Logic won't work right now. Face your fears. They may be holding you back. The situation is being healed. It's time to surrender to the divine. Chant Om Yam Rege Niyam. Okay? Avoid being deceptive or willingly deceived. Also, hold on. Narayani. Okay. Pisces is the sign of reveries and mysteries, or depths of emotions, idealism, and hopeless romantics. It is the sign of water and the unconscious. Its energy is deep like watery depths. The new moon in Pisces indicate a time to listen to your feelings and to allow your emotions free rein. Whatever you're feeling, as you pull this card, is more likely than the truth, unless you've been kidding yourself somehow, and only you know if that's the case or not. Okay? So this is a time when you need to avoid being deceptive or willing to be deceived. Don't let someone deceive you. Someone could be coming back that you are romantically linked to with that Scorpio energy. And you may have worked so hard to gain your power back from them. The energy that you released to them, that you willingly allowed yourself to be deceived for whatever reason, right? So there could be some sort of new start. You're in the energy, you're feeling good, you've done these cord cuttings, you've done a lot of releasing, you've cried, you've gotten back into some more stable kind of energy. The downloads are coming in. You know when to connect, when to disconnect, things like that, right? You know where to lead, right? And so this is you getting power. And if you ever notice this, Pisces, when you're doing very good, that's when it seems like the people from your past come back. Maybe these are some people who know you don't want to have nothing to do with them because you're very much aware of a role that they played in something behind the scenes. Maybe at the time you did not know that they had something to do with the situation, but as time went on, you found out the truth, and they know you know the truth. Maybe they benefited from you not speaking on the truth, okay? But they also know that if they encounter you, you're not going to want to have anything to do with them because you know who they are. That's what that 12th house energy was about that I was speaking about, and that mutable energy about you triggering people in their own emotions. When people know that they have not not done you right. They've tried to deceive you. They will always flip it like it was you who did something to them, or that you deserved what they did. Deep down inside, they know they ain't shit for what they did, you know, but they also know that you're aware. So this could be someone who is trying to kind of eat their way back, trying to see if time kind of healed some things after you've gone through this cord cutting, because they don't feel your energy as strongly as they used to anymore. Okay, so there's someone maybe aware that you have done a cord cutting to kind of get away from them. You know, you just didn't want to have to deal with something that was happening between you all anymore. You just said enough is enough. So let me see. With this new moon, a new start is coming. There is a yes coming your way. This is one of the most auspicious cards in the deck. It's totally positive and suggests something new and exciting is developing. The situation you're asking about is blessed, and you are on target to achieve your goals. The message from the universe is that you're starting all over again in some way, be that on a new or better course or just feeling more positive about achieving your desired outcome. If you've been feeling stagnant, this cards remind you that life goes in cycles and that you're moving into a new cycle now. This is a time to wipe the slate clean. If the situation you asked about has become toxic, either that will clear up now, or something totally new or fresh is on the way. So you may be saying, I'll see it when I believe it. Okay, so you will see this when you start to believe it, when you know that something is time for something to change in your life, and you're putting a conscious effort towards making a change. Like I just said, you could be doing cord cuttings with people from your past, situations, places from your past. You may have brought in a lot of energy, a lot of attention, and people gravitated towards a place because they knew you were there. People gravitated towards a situation because you benefited from it. People gravitated towards a person because you help edit their energy, their soul, their gifts in this life, and maybe you didn't give credit for it. But this is a time when you are starting to see that all of this energy that you've been putting out to everything else it's within you. So now you'll be hiding more of what you do. So around this time, so just say if you're coming up with a new idea to do something, right? You've already done all these cord cuttings. You've released a lot of stuff during that waning gibbous moon. And you're just kind of letting things go, right? So now you're in that crescent moon type energy, right? You're in that waning crescent moon type energy. So this is a time where I feel like you're only letting a slither of what you want to do be seen. You're very selective now about the people you're around, what you reveal to people and everything. So instead of, again, in that hermit mode, or maybe you're in that hibernation stage with you being Pisces, kind of finishing up winter energy here. I feel like you're ready for when that new moon comes into that Pisces energy. You're ready to really start something. So you could be going through the whole phase of detoxing, getting something out of your system, doing a number of cord cuttings, all leading up to this new moon, when you're really ready to start something new. Because I feel like this could take you a good 2 weeks to do of purging energy, purging memories, just getting rid of all of this stuff that has held you back in this life, Pisces, okay? All right. So let's look at some other things, Pisces, with this Jupiter being the first ruling planet in your zodiac, and it rules abundance, okay? All right, so the energy of abundance activates our ability to manifest the wealth we need and the sense of fulfillment that comes from a heart and soul that are overflowing with love and gratitude, okay? All right, so that's that Jupiter energy, all right? And as you can see, both cards are from different decks, but they kind of represent the same thing, okay? You have that abundance there with Jupiter, fruitful time in your life. And then Jupiter connects with your third eye. This is you seeing yourself in a better situation. This is you actually visualizing yourself in a better situation, right? Whereas Neptune is connected to your crown chakra, meaning your downloads. This Jupiter energy is connected to your third eye chakra. So this is you taking that crown chakra download and putting it into that third eye chakra, where you're actually visualizing you in a place, in a thing, doing something, in a car, a home, with friends, in your own business, something. You're visualizing this until you can get it to turn into the physical. Okay. All right. So let's read on this Jupiter energy. Now, what I'm not going to do is go through each one of these cards, because that'll take way too long. So I'm just going to use this one. Okay. All right. That I'm going to read on, but it's connected to your third eye chakra. Jupiter symbolizes how we expand our world through education, law, philosophy, travel, abundance, and an expansion spirit. Jupiter, the traditional ruler of Sagittarius and Pisces, is a huge gas giant, 2.5 times the volume of all the other planets put together. It takes 12 years to circle the zodiac, spending roughly 1 year in each sign, named for the ruler of all the gods and surrounded by 79 known moons. Jupiter never does anything in small proportions. Think bigger. The scenario requires you to be expansive and forgiving. Deal with it in a spacious, curious, fair, and philosophical way. Think globally. Bring in contributions from all around the world. Consider traveling physically or traveling with your senses by listening to music from a less familiar culture or tasting their food. Talk to people who grew up in a circumstance foreign to you and get their viewpoint. Diversify your perspective and that of your team to discover the missing pieces need to make up a large whole. Engage in abundant optimism. Get the word out through generosity. Give abundantly and goodwill will come back to you. Invest in education, publication, and broadcasting. Just be careful that your generosity is actually helping the recipient, not enabling or burdening them. Ask what would really help. Jupiter's energy needs a big room and an audience, but it can overshadow important people in more intimate circumstances. Watch that your expansive capacity does not cramp the experimentation of beginners or crowd beloved introverts. Notice where you might overwhelm the people you love and give them room for their more subtle style. If you are the one being so overwhelmed, appreciate your own value, expand in ways that work for you, and let the person with Jupiter energy do their thing. Now, the challenge with Jupiter energy can bring too much of a good thing or leave people feeling overwhelmed. Watch out for magical thinking and a Pollyanna avoidance of problems. The gift with this Jupiter energy is give and you shall receive. Jupiter calls you to expand your viewpoint, so reach out and feel at one with the whole universe. So, yeah, that's what that abundance is about. It's about understanding your place in this world, understanding your place with the one. Remember I said, instead of being a cancerous energy where you're taking from someone, you're taking their shine, maybe someone needs help, but you don't want to be that person where you're giving so much where you have become an enabler, or you're sort of burdening them by not letting them figure out things on their own. But this is you finding that even balance of give and take. Okay. You can be an overwhelming sign with Jupiter in your chart because maybe you have a lot of insight and intellect, or just viewpoints because maybe you are well traveled or well versed, or you have friends from different cultures and you're able to speak on a number of things. And that can be overwhelming for someone who's an introvert and they don't feel that comfortable doing that, or they haven't experienced that. Okay. Maybe they finally found their voice to speak on something that they like, and you're like, oh, I can relate to that. And then you kind of take over the conversation, and then they just kind of go mute because they feel like you deliberately took their shine, and you weren't doing that. You were just trying to be relatable. Okay. But you got excited in the conversation and you started speaking about all the things that you experienced, and they haven't experienced all of that yet. So this is you knowing when to just kind of let someone shine, and maybe you all can have a conversation outside of that, or maybe after they have spoken on some things, you can kind of give some idea and say, oh, well, I did that too, and that was relatable, and I love that culture, or I love their food. I've tasted this. Have you ever tried this food? I heard you say you tried that one, but did you try this one? I actually like it. You should give it a try. Or something just very simple where you're not taking the shine from somebody, but you're not giving them so much to where you're enabling them to, okay? Or they're able to steal your shine through your ideas when no one is around, because it's just you and them talking. All right, so let's move into this Neptune energy here. That's another ruling planet for the collective sign, for the first zodiac sign of Pisces. And we're over an hour into this, and we haven't even gotten into the tarot reading yet, but I really wanted to do a in-depth first decan reading for you, and we're going to get into the first decan readings, the second decan reading for the Pisces, and then the third decan reading. So it'll be time stamped where you can kind of, get through it, okay? So Neptune here is another one of your ruling planets, Pisces, for the first zodiac. For the first decan, okay? And if you look at it like this beautiful blue energy is here, the blue planet, Neptune, and then this is connected to your third eye energy. Isn't it beautiful? Like a cool blue pearl floating in an inky sea. That planet symbolizes how we float in the ocean of the collective conscious. Neptune, the modern ruler of Pisces, takes about 165 years to tour the zodiac. On a practical level, it signals water, liquids, oils, and art supplies. On a challenging day, it shows how we avoid gritty reality, whether we escape through our imagination, addictions, or martyrdom. On a lovely day, Neptune speaks of spirituality, imagination, and psychic perception. Pray, meditate, intuit, use your divination, rest, and dream. Activate the right side of your brain and step out of a sequential logic into a sense of the infinite. Engage ceremony and ritual. Find a dream or vision and bring it back here to manifest. Because Neptune invokes both intuition and imagination, it can blur the boundaries between the two. It's also too easy to believe it's also too easy to believe what you want or what you are afraid of is in fact reality, which can make it easy for others to manipulate you by playing to your hopes and fears. Take each step with care. Working with Neptune is like walking in the fog. You can see the present moment clearly. It's just the future and the past that get lost in the hopes and fears. If the world feels too harsh, or if you're feeling easily overwhelmed, tend to your sensitive antenna. Pray rather than worry. Neptune speaks of psychic permeability, encouraging us to soak up our surroundings. Use that to your advantage and choose your surroundings carefully. Meditate with a group. Tune into the trees, the earth beneath, the sky above, or sacred sites. Immerse yourself in whatever feeds you. The challenging card, this challenge with Neptune is, Neptune overwhelmed can turn acceptance into passivity, imagination into illusion, sensitivity and hunger for spirit into addiction. Watch for water damage. Gift. The gift with Neptune is, allow yourself to float, to swim in the great ocean of the collective unconsciousness or consciousness. Soak up the presence of divine soul. There is no separation between you and all sentient beings, between you and the realms of God in spirit. So this is a time, Pisces, that taps into that Neptune energy is you not allowing yourself to be manipulated by other people who takes advantage of your hopes and fears, okay? Because sometimes the harsh reality of the world can become too much, and that can lead to, that's why people say this is a planet that can lead to like people who drink or smoke, anything to kind of get themselves away from the harsh reality of the world, right? With that first decan Pisces. And this is a time when you can connect to the trees and the earth beneath you. You know, you can connect to the sky above or sacred sites, okay? And kind of immerse yourself into how that feels. Connect to that energy and see it for what it is, right? Don't become so passive in this acceptance of people's bullcrap in your life or just your own toxic behavior, okay? Don't accept certain things, you know, because it's like, oh, well, I can't deal with the harsh reality, so I think I'll just go smoke a blunt or I'll just go have a drink. Don't be so accepting of that. This is a time when you say, this is the harsh reality and I have to deal with it if I want to get through this, okay? Instead of using something as a crutch, right? Or lying to yourself or allowing yourself to be taken advantage of and then lying to yourself that you're not being taken advantage of. So the gift with this is you can actually float through this life. You can swim when you need to. Pick up your speed or slow down your speed. You can kind of float and go along with the waves of life, you know, in your collective conscious mind, okay? And this is you being in the presence of the divine soul happily in that energy, you know, knowing that there's no real separation between you and all sentient beings, even though you still have your own individuality. You all are human. You all are part of the human race. You all share that with each other, right? And you all share a connection with gods in the spirit realm. Okay, so there's some things that I really feel like you're going to be working through and noticing more about yourself, Pisces, especially if you want to delve deep into really doing core cuttings and clearing out energy. And even me, I have to work on this myself. These are things that I have to work on continuously. It just doesn't stop. I do it one time and then I have to stop. I literally have to meditate continuously to clear out energies throughout the day of people I come in contact with, or, you know, people who reach out to me and I really don't want to have anything to do with them, but they haven't gotten the message that I don't want to have anything to do with them because what I allowed them to come back too many times before. So in their mind, they're thinking, oh, this is just one more time where she's not speaking to me. No, this is it. This is final. You know, I know that I'm there. They just don't know it yet because I allowed that boundary line to be blurred. And so this is even you taking the time to really work through some things, Pisces, okay? So finally, before we get into some other things for you, Pisces, for the first decan, and I really wanted to get into these first decan readings, second decan and third decan, because the ones that I used to do, they were just, everything was really condensed and short, but I can do the chakra readings in here, gemstones, different signs pertaining to what you may be going through, because I really feel like like I said, as you start off in that first week of going through that Pisces energy, your first week, which again starts around the 18th or the 19th, depending on some people, it's between the 18th and the 20th, because some people say, as you saw it with one oracle deck, it said the 20th, the other oracle deck said the 19th, okay? So between that 19th and 20th energy, you're starting out in that Scorpio energy, then you're moving into Sagittarius, that exploration, and that Sagittarius is another mutable sign with you, Pisces. Like I said, they're the mutable sign whereas, like I said, the Sagittarius is really good at projects becoming unstuck. Pisces, you're a mutable water sign that can get people's emotions unstuck, okay? And again, like I said, sometimes it's at their own detriment, you know. You can walk into a situation as an empath and suddenly trigger all these dormant feelings in people, okay? The things that they wanted to forget about or that they don't like about themselves, all right? And that can make you the unpopular one sometimes, all right? All right, so let's see with this 7th house chakra, because Pisces is actually connected to the 2nd chakra, the 1st decan Pisces. You're connected to the 2nd and 7th chakra. So that may be things you want to connect to. And the Amethyst stone is connected to the 7th chakra too, okay? But the 2nd chakra here, again, you can use, like I said, with the gemstones, if you want to use yellow sapphire, you can use that. That's connected to your 2nd chakra as well. But the energy of the sacral chakra, which is your 2nd chakra, it helps you to navigate, it helps us to navigate our lives through emotions and supports our ability to enjoy the sensual world. Okay, and then with the 7th chakra, which is also connected to you, it's the energy of the crown chakra, and it supports our feelings of being connected to a higher power and part of a larger whole. Okay, so the 2nd chakra, the energy with that is I am creative. You can always, you know, use that as a mantra every single day with you as the 1st decan Pisces. I am creative, okay? And then you can also use the 7th mantra of the 7th that's connected to your 7th chakra. I am divine. I am divine. So I am creative. I am divine, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and look into some tarot cards for you, Pisces. We're going to look into some tarot cards for you, because the positive characteristics of you as a 1st decan Pisces, you're intuitive, you're selfless, you love to give in abundance until you feel taken advantage of. And a lot of times that happens in your youth. And by the time the damage is done and you wake up to reality, you're like, I don't know how to get that back. Some things you will never get back because it's been taken from you and you just won't ever get it back. Okay, you lost it in your youth. This could be relationships. This could be parts of yourself. It could be your vulnerability. It could be your being a virgin. It could be really good ideas, things like that. Some things that you can never, just bad choices, that affected you physically, spiritually, mentally, financially. Some things you will never get back, Pisces. And that's something you're going to have to just accept. And that's where I said the cleansing can come in, where you write things down, that pain, that suffering, or do it, that release. If you have to cry about it, do it in a safe space, write it down, and then release it into the universe. You're also, that's that Neptune energy, because you seldom see the bad in others. You always want to see the good in others. And as you get older and after bridges have been burnt a number of times, it's hard for you to start, that switches. It's hard for you to see the good in people. Or if you do see the good in them, you won't necessarily let them know because you still are guarded because of what happened from your past, okay? You are attuned to the beat of life. Some of you all love music. Like, music just takes you to a whole new dimension. It just makes you feel good. You love to dance. You love to sing. Some of you all are writers. You attach music to different areas of your life. Maybe it's how you wake up. Maybe it's how you go to bed. Maybe it's, you know, in the middle of the day or something when you're in certain environments or something like that. You just love that music. You most of the time you have a positive and optimistic view on life. You know, and sometimes I say as you get older that can change just because of what has happened. You know, and it's hard for you when people tell you, oh, don't let people change your good heart or change who you are. That's so much easier said than done after you've been burned a number of times by people who you felt like you could trust or that you loved, okay? It's very hard for that not to happen before, you know, when people say don't become jaded, okay? Because if they only knew what you had to endure, then maybe they would be a little more understanding. And this could even be you being frustrated with them saying, see how bad somebody else's life was, you know, see how they're getting through it. Maybe they have a support system that you don't have. Maybe they have something that you don't have that has helped them navigate through that, okay? Yeah, so there's certain things, Pisces, that you're going to have to see for yourself and take on yourself and be realistic with the outcome of something, okay? Spirit, help us get a clear, concise message, tarot message for the collective sign of Pisces. And this is for, like I said, for the Pisces who are in that from February, who are born between February the 19th and February the 29th, okay? Leadership, security, generosity, patience. At the bottom of the deck, the Devil. Okay, so starting out, Pisces, leadership. And I'm going to just kind of go along with the weeks, the days as these change, right? So Scorpio and Aries energy, because we're starting out of that waning gibbous moon, like I said, on February the 19th through the 20th, going into that last quarter moon in that Scorpio energy and Aries energy, okay? So this is you really using your third eye in the right way. That when this King of Wands, this is you being in charge of your thoughts. This is you knowing what you want. It's okay for you to be, you're choosing to be independent, right? And you're loyal to yourself and those who are loyal to you. This is you being optimistic. This could also be you receiving some sort of unexpected income. And this could just be birthday gifts or something like that from people who you didn't think that was going to give you anything, okay? But this is also, you're also seen as someone who inspires others to create, to be creative and achieve things, okay? So I really feel like you're going to take the lead with that third eye chakra energy when it comes to you seeing yourself in leadership positions. Some of you all may be actually put in a leadership position where you may get some sort of unexpected income. Like I said, it could be due to birthday gifts, but it also may just be some sort of promotion around that time, or just negotiating what fairness is, okay? And I'm saying that because you're going right into the Sagittarius and Capricorn energy, or Sagittarius energy, I'll say, okay? And this is you exploring what security looks like in life to you. It's with the King of Pentacles and this Taurus energy. This has something to do with your second house. This is also third eye chakra energy, but it's Jupiter energy too. Okay, so this is you being mature and grounded. This is you being in your masculine energy, even if you're a feminine energy, and really pursuing success and wealth. And this could be in business, okay? And this is you bettering yourself. Not really being a risk taker, but taking smart risks, not, just any kind of risk in life, okay? But this is you building an empire and thriving, having some level of high status or stability, security with yourself, okay? So you could be really preoccupied with your financial matters and focused on that right now around that time. And like I said, that's around the time around February the 21st, around the 22nd, that kind of energy. You could be maybe you're picking up overtime at work, or you're doing something where you're trying to create some level of abundance. You could be speaking with higher ups about your level, but both of these are king energies. So I do feel like someone either sees you as a leader, or you're talking to leaders about your position in this life, or your position possibly on your job or something like that, where you're breaking into some sort of new position. Second house is that resources, that's like connected to your career in some way, okay? And where your money is coming in, and how you create stability for yourself. And then that's that Taurus energy. And Aries energy is like that cardinal energy, breakthrough, trailblazing energy, the first to do something, okay? So you're really seeing yourself, maybe you're being chosen for something first, okay? And it's creating security in your life. Now this generosity is also Taurus energy. Some of you all have a Taurus moon here. And this is like that from the 23rd into that 24th kind of energy, that Capricorn energy. And this is in that that waning crescent energy too. There could be some level of generosity coming your way. Maybe you're paying off debt. This is the exchanging of gifts. Again, this could be birthday gifts coming in for you. This could be charitable donations. This could be from your community, some level of assistance that you're getting, support that you're getting. This could be new employment. This is sharing kindness and wealth, some level of prosperity, power, some sort of authority. This is control of a situation. This is connected to your heart chakra. So I really feel like this is something that's going to make you happy. With it being in that crescent moon, if you look, it's like that crescent moon energy. This may be something that you kind of want to keep on the down low. There may be some sort of generosity that you're getting, but you're not telling everyone completely about it. You're only kind of revealing certain things about what you're receiving, or maybe it's even you giving something to someone. Maybe you're being generous to someone, but you kind of want them to keep it under wraps, or not even tell people all that you've done, or something like that. This is that gratitude type energy of being able to invest, or someone investing into you. But this is also being valued, and being paid well in some way. All right. And then patience. This is that Eight of Pentacles Virgo energy, also a mutable sign. So Taurus is a fixed sign, okay? Aries is a cardinal sign. And then you have that Virgo mutable sign energy. This could be some sort of new job, okay? Or a new promotion within your current company in some way, shape, form, or fashion. But this is around that Aquarius time. This is around February the 25th through February the 26th. That's that energy. Maybe you're focused on doing something in the community, or you're networking. Maybe your job is like a family or community, or you're networking on your job. This is maybe you're thinking about self-employment, or you're building some sort of business trade, or your reputation, okay? And this could be after a new start. You're really proving yourself of how focused you can be. You're not only working hard, but you're working smart, and you're dedicated and concentrating on something, some level of success and accomplishment. It seems that you'll be really ambitious around that time, and your confidence is building. And so you're being rewarded. This could be through compliments or something like that. It could be through tangible rewards too, in some area of your life. Okay, so have patience with yourself and be patient with the process, but that's connected to your solar plexus chakra of what you know you can do, what you know you can accomplish. Okay, and so last but not least, February the 27th through the 28th is Pisces energy. The moon will be in Pisces energy. You'll be moving into that new energy. This is Capricorn energy. This has a lot to do with your public image. It has a lot to do with your career life and things like that. Maybe you're in the energy of Pisces. A Capricorn. But also around this time, be careful that you're not becoming addicted to money or power. Make sure you're having an even balance around this time, where you're not getting into that workaholic type energy, okay? Where you're kind of burning yourself out because your ego is being stroked. You know, people are singing your praises and how well you're doing, and you're just like, oh, okay. They know what your goals and your fears are, okay? They know what your dreams and your fears are. They know you want success, but they also know you fear being in a poverty situation. So make sure someone isn't dangling a carrot in front of you and you're just working because you're in the and it's making them look good. So make sure you're being selective about where you give your energy to, and you're also taking some downtime for yourself, okay? Because this has a lot to do with you focusing on your mental health. This has a lot to do with, what you're obsessed with. This could even be people who have become sort of obsessed with you. They expect for you to always be there, something like that. Make sure you're not getting into situations where people are cheating you out of something too. They're getting you to do a lot of work, but they're not, you're not getting the pay that you want, and you start to feel sort of dependent on something. This could be you living above your means because now you see some money coming in, and you're like, oh, I can do this and I can do that, and because I have this and I have that, and then before you know it, you're always trying to play catch up with your finances. Okay, this isn't you letting money become a crutch. You understanding the power of it, because if you don't understand the power of it, then you become powerless to it. Okay, then you get into that hopeless energy, kind of abusing your own energy, your power, not understanding yin and yang and things like that. Okay, and then you kind of find it hard to let go, right? Because you don't know when to stop something. Okay, because to me, all of these pentacles could represent health, time, energy, leadership. So you could be put in a leadership role with some level of financial security. So this is the equivalent. So I'll use this as an example. This is the equivalent of you signing onto a role and getting salary, right? Instead of a hourly pay. But the salary, and it looks great, it looks amazing on paper, making all of this money, having this big jump from one, pay rate to another. It looks amazing. But then as you get deeper into it, you start to realize that if instead of you working 40 hours, now does someone see how good you are at something, how well you accomplish things, how well you can get the job done. There's sort of this expectation of you doing it all the time, and you don't want to let them down. And so you become addicted to doing all of these hours and kind of not having that even balance with yourself, where you're saying, no, I can't come in this week, or I can't be there this day, or something, and letting people guilt trip you into, oh, well, if you can't be there, but that was a part of the agreement that you would be on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So you really don't have a life outside of that. So you've gone from working 40 hours a week to 60, 70 hours a week. And if you were getting it on an hourly rate, you would be getting paid more than you are on a salary rate. Just make sure you weigh out your options and see what's fair. Have them to put it in writing. What are your expectations? What is the max of the amount of hours that you think I should, that I will be required to do a week because I still need time for myself? Are you giving up your weekends? Are you giving up your time where it's affecting your mental health, your sleep? So this is you really looking at something in a deep way to Pisces pertaining to you, okay? So those are your tarot. That's your tarot reading for the first Decan Pisces. And we're going to get into your karma cards. How far are we in? Because I don't want to go over 2 hours for this, okay? So we're going to get into the karma cards last. But I do want to get a message from the universe for you. And this is that yin and yang insight energy, okay? So I'm going to start off with the message from the universe. I just want to shuffle these a little bit. Comparing yourself to others keeps you stuck in a cycle of guilt and shame and continues to separate you from your blessings. It keeps you small. Understand that everyone has their own journey, which also unfolds in divine timing. Your time will come. Yeah, so make sure you're not signing on to something that in the long run, you're going to feel like you're being used, taken advantage of, abused, and you're just kind of in that energy of regret, okay? Because you want to be in a leadership role so bad or something like that. So that's kind of like a, not necessarily well, it is a warning, okay? But this is something where you need to really speak on certain things, but know what to keep to yourself. Because once you release what your fears are, there could be some people who are kind of using that against you. Oh, this person fears not having something, so let's always use that as a reason to get them to be always here, just in case, this, we kind of like insinuate that they won't have this if they don't do this for us. So you gotta kind of be careful about when you're negotiating or accepting certain things. Make sure you have a deep, in-depth conversation of what the expectations are before you sign off, because something could look great on paper, but then once you're deep into the mix of things, then it's kind of like, uh-oh, what did I get myself into, right? All right, so make sure you're not comparing yourself to others, like other people that are saying, oh, well, I do 70 hours a week, 80 hours a week. Okay, maybe they have a person at home to take care of their home, their kids. Maybe they are in a different situation or something like that. Maybe they're 5 minutes away from the job and they really don't have a life outside the job. Maybe you have other hobbies and things that keep your mental health in a good place where you don't want to absorb all of that work all day, every single day, right? Or maybe you don't have someone that keep your kids 24 hours a day, okay? Maybe you want to be that kind of parent where you're in your children's life if you do have small children. Even if you don't have small children, maybe you just want to have a really balanced work life where you're at work sometimes and then you still have time for yourself, okay? So make sure you're aware of what you're signing on to, and don't let somebody guilt trip you into saying, oh, well, this person, they're that age and they're able to do this. They're older than you and they're able to do all of these hours. Or they're a man and they can do this and you're a woman. Just make sure people aren't guilt tripping you into stuff, okay? And don't compare yourself to others and what they have and all of this kind of stuff, and then get yourself in a situation that you regret getting in. The next message is choice is the most powerful tool you have. Right, you have a choice. Every choice you make shuts some doors, but also opens several doors, bringing new experiences into your life. At any given time, you can change the direction of your life. You are only one choice away. Exactly, Pisces. And then I'm going to turn this over. Love yourself more by saying no to things that feel draining and burdening for you. Saying no when you want to say no instead of saying yes to please other people is a real act of self-love. I just said that. Okay, so let's get into the yin and the yang cards for you, Pisces. And this doesn't only have to apply to work. This could apply to any part of your life where you are really trying to accommodate people too much, okay? And you know what that feels like, especially if you're older in age. You know where that has gotten you in the past. So this is you making sure you're not repeating some of the same bad habits that you have done cord cuttings to get away from. It's okay to say, no, I don't want to do this. I don't feel comfortable. I don't have the time. I don't have the energy, or that just doesn't sit right with me, okay? It's okay for you to do that. All right, so let's see what the yin and the yang energy is with your reading, Pisces. All right, let's see. North Node, destiny, fate, evolution, finding life path, karmic challenges, and rewards. Okay, so if you know your North Node sign, please look at that one, okay? External party, situations, karmic partners, friends, families, work, other people, obligations. Yeah. So something about your situations in life. There needs to be an even balance with your partners, your friends, your family, your work, other people, obligations. If you know you need time to yourself, it doesn't even have to be related to work. If you know you need time to yourself, this is karmic challenges and rewards. This is you standing up to the karmic challenges in your life, karmic partners, karmic family and friends, karmic work situations, karmic other people who are karmics, and karmic obligations. This is you standing up to those challenges, karmic challenges, and getting the rewards when you say no, because it doesn't work for you. Saying yes just to please other people makes you feel depleted, right? So know what your North Node is, okay? And at the bottom of the deck, decisions, contemplation between two people or two paths to stay on or go. So again, something about choices that you need to make in your life. This could be, are you going to keep catering to everyone else, or are you going to put yourself first and say this, you know, instead of saying yes to please other people, self-love is about me being able to say no and be okay with that. And if that means that I lose some so-called friends, so be it. If that means that certain people stop inviting me to certain things and places, okay, so be it. If that means that I am demoted because, you know, somebody said that, or somebody is acting funny on a job because I do not want to give 80 hours a week to a job because I have a life outside of the job, so be it, okay? There's something that you're gonna be required to really pay attention to pertaining to yourself, all right? So Pisces, I'm going to pull some love cards for you, just in case this is in a love connection. I'm going to pull some love cards for you. And it's just going to be one card from each deck. And then we're going to close your reading out with a karmic message. And that's going to be the end of your first decan reading, Pisces. So just, again, take what you need out of here and leave the rest. So I'm going to start off by pulling a card from each deck. right, Pisces, let's go. Focused on money. I'm currently focusing on my career and finances. My main priority is financial stability. Okay. Now that could be you telling someone that, or that could be them telling you that. Put yourself where you belong. Because it does look like, Pisces, you're really focused on your career a lot. And you want to have some sort of even balance in your relationships. But it does look like you could be really focused on your career. Let's see what else is coming out. I don't want to let go. Maybe you don't want to let go of someone, you know, but around this time, or they don't want to let go of you, but around this time, the focus seems to be on money and career, finances. That's either your main priority or theirs. Maybe you're telling them they have to let you go because you're focused on your career right now, and they're saying that they don't want to let go. Maybe you told them you don't really want to let them go, but they just don't fit into what's going on in your life right now, okay? So, love. I want to make love to you, which I have never experienced before. I want to make love to you, which you have never experienced before. I want intimacy in every way possible with you. I just want us to know each other like no one else has ever known us before. Your touch, your voice really heals me. Okay. And then I kind of want to get the energy of a place where you may be at in your life, Pisces, okay? Since this is your reading, because I'm kind of getting the energy that that's how somebody feels about you, you know? This could also be how you feel about them. You have thrown yourself into work just because you don't want to let them go, but maybe you feel like this is someone who isn't healthy for you, and their way of kind of pulling you back in is saying all the things that you know, they know that you wanted to hear, they know what your hopes and fears are. Maybe because you've expressed that. 3 cards came out, I only need 1. Maybe because you expressed that, so now this is you knowing when to say no, putting yourself first. Maybe you're saying, I gave this so many chances, you know, now I want to focus on my career. And now they want a deep relationship when they know you're really focused on you, okay? All right, so let's see where you are. Park, nature's haven, recreational space, picnic, retreat. Remember I said maybe you need to do a cleansing when it comes to the situation, write some things down. This could even be someone who you see at a park or something like that. Maybe you're out and about, you stopped at a park and then you see them there or something. But this is also someone, maybe you're doing a cleansing at a park. Maybe you're just kind of writing things down and you're trying to let go of a situation that you really don't want to let go of because you really do love the person. But maybe you feel like it's just not a good fit for you at this moment in your life, okay? And you need to focus more on your money or your career or your finances. And you could feel like that they interfere with that a lot, or this could be a karmic that you have dealt with, okay? And you could be noticing every time you deal with them, something, it affects your work life in a very negative way. So this to me looks like you are aware of something and you're needing to make some sort of conscious change about it, okay? Or you're going to make some sort of conscious change with this. All right, so even if it doesn't make you feel good and it doesn't make the other person feel good, you know, maybe this is something you have given someone you've given a lot of chances to, a situation, or something. This could even be family. Maybe, you know, you have tried to show them love, be supportive, everything, and you're just not getting what you need out of it or something. So you just want some sort of even balance. All right, so let's go ahead and end your reading, Pisces, with the Karma deck here. Okay, so I'm going to shuffle these. Shuffle these, the signs, and we're going to finish out and get your message. Libra, that's the sign. And the action. We're starting out with the action. Planet Pluto. Yeah, this has something to do with your relationships in life with this Libra energy. You needing to make a decision. This could be your work relationship. It could be a personal relationship. It could be both. Relationships with your family. I feel like you're about to do a real heavy detox. That's why I said it could take about 2 weeks for you, Pisces, or a few days for you to really kind of combine and purge everything and get to where you need to be emotionally, physically, financially, spiritually. Absolutely. Okay. All right. So let's see. In the 6th house. All right. So the spiritual message with the actions is relationships resurrect as a full-time job. Okay, so again, I said some of you all, this could be you getting a promotion on a full-time job, some sort of relationship. This could be a job that's requiring more hours out of you after they kind of seen things kind of waning off, you sort of detaching yourself from them. Now all of a sudden they want all of your time. Okay, this could also be your hours are increasing in a job in some way, some sort of relationships are resurrecting. Again, this could also be your love life where your family, your friends are demanding more hours and time from you and things like that. But these are, if they're karmic relationships and you notice that there's always a lot of friction when it comes to you having to work, to not overwork, but just regular work, then you may be pulling yourself away from people like that. But you also, I feel like you're going to find some sort of even balance between your family, your work life, and your friends, okay? And just relationships overall. But that's what your action is. You're about to see some action with something is about to resurrect as a full-time job in your relationships, okay? The mental action, the beauty of get to the heart of serving. So you're about to see how beautiful your contribution was when you were giving something, serving, being a servant to your family, or serving your loved ones, the one who claimed to love you, the relationships in your life. You're really the beauty. You're seeing how beautiful, healthy relationships can be, opposed to these karmic relationships where you're constantly learning lessons, getting a lot of pushback, and there's some sort of unbalance. Okay, you're going to start to really think through this. You're getting to the heart of what serving looks like, give and take, even balance, love being reciprocated, fairness being reciprocated, kindness being reciprocated, people respecting when you say no, you can't do something, and not making you feel guilty about it or having everything have to go their way. Okay, all right, and then the physical with this action is do it with your partners or your partner, and do or die. You must do it a little at a time. So something is going to be done in moderation, okay? Whether this is you ending the connection or you gradually working your way back into a connection, because it's all going to be contingent on how someone is treating you. Are they giving you what you're giving them? Are they treating you with the respect that you're giving them, that you've given them? That's a do or die situation. Either you're going to say, okay, I knew I should have stayed away. I'm out of this. Bye. And now you're definitely not looking back, because you already did some sort of cord cutting. So you could even regret opening back up the door to someone if they have not changed their behavior, or it's still the same negativity. This also could be with a job where you're like, I don't even know why I went back. I don't know, like I was kind of, putting them as my second job, not really giving them the energy. Now I done went back and here we are again with the same toxic behavior. So this is a do or die situation where I feel like either you're going to completely detox or detach or quit something, or either you're going to gradually, but this is going to happen gradually. You're going to do a little bit at a time. So if this is a job where you were getting a lot of negative feedback, I feel like you're like, nope, I can only do these days, this time, nothing more than that, because you're really still filling the surface out. If it's with your family, you're going to limit that time. No, I can't come to this, I'll go to that. You're going to limit that time. You're not just jumping into something feet first so you can deal with the problems that you had to deal with in the past. You're giving someone or a place, a situation, an opportunity to show that it has grown, changed, and it really values you being in your life, okay? It really values having you in its life, okay? And if it doesn't, then I feel like you're ready to just cut your losses completely. So the outcome, I said I didn't want this to go for 2 hours, but here we go. All right, so this is the end of it. The outcome, the spiritual outcome is cooperation to perfect the need for control of service or others. So this is the outcome. Either people are going to work with you. This is a spiritual outcome. Either people are going to work with you and tweak their way of doing something, so they're not trying to control everything, the service that you provide, or the service to others. So this is you even needing to set up healthy boundaries, Pisces, saying this is all I can do. I can't do no more than that. And if you're not happy, if that isn't good enough, okay, fine. But I do see you really getting at the point now where you're putting things out on the table that way. It's like you need to control your energy. So you're not relinquishing that control to others so they can do what they want to do with it, whether it's your time at work, your time with your family, or your time with a significant other, okay? The mental outcome of this is decisions about an obsession with what is good for us. So you're not just looking at yourself, you're thinking about everyone as a whole. If you're in a job and the workplace is too toxic and people feel uncomfortable around you, you feel uncomfortable around them, who wants to be in an environment like that? You're thinking about what's best overall, okay? If you're sleep deprived and you're tired and you're not your best self when you show up, maybe you need to change your hours. Maybe you need to change your job. If this is in a relationship and you notice that you all cannot get along no matter what, how is that healthy for either one of you? It's not healthy for you, but it's not healthy for them either. So this is you just making decisions about an obsession with what is good for you all. That's the outcome. You have almost, that could be where that devil energy came in. You're almost obsessed with what's good for us. Because if I don't see the good in this for me, and I definitely don't see you appreciating me, or I don't feel appreciated, or I don't feel like I'm a good fit for you, there needs to be something changing about this, okay? And this is also the flip side to that is you not becoming obsessed with trying to make everyone accept you or happy or like you, okay? Now the physical outcome of this is resulting from the fairness shown by a power struggle, your work. So this could be something pertaining to the power struggle. There's a fairness or some sort of result coming from this due to your level of work. So if someone is constantly trying to resist change, things like that, and no matter how much you try to, you're putting in 100% and they're putting in, you know, not even 1%, and you're like, okay, you keep flipping this on me and I'm done. I can't do this. Or you're saying, okay, they are giving 50, I'm giving 50, you know, this is what a fair connection looks like, okay? So that power struggle, I feel like something, it's up to you though, Pisces, because something you may have already done a cord cutting on, I feel like it's coming back. And you're kind of in that situation where you're like, emotionally, I'm done with this. Like emotionally, I have no more to give. So it doesn't matter whether it stays or goes, okay? But I feel like someone knows this, a job knows this, a person knows this, your family knows this. They know you're at the point where you don't care whether they're in your life or not, because you know what it feels like not to have them there. And maybe you found peace without them being there, okay? So this is someone needing to tweak their behavior, but I do feel like they are, as I do feel like they are used to you being a certain way. So they may try to see if they can get that old way out of you again. If they can use manipulation tactics, the tears, whatever. And when that does not work, it's like, okay, this isn't going to work. Okay, and you may even just go frustrated with that. Like, look, you came back to the table on the same stuff. I knew I shouldn't have opened that door. I knew I shouldn't have been bothered. I knew I should have moved on. And this is it. You know, I quit. This relationship is over. I don't, you know, y'all don't treat me like family. I don't want to be bothered. Something. Or this is someone who's going to be like, okay, if I want this Pisces to stick around, I need to treat them the way that they've been treating me. If they've been treating me kind and they have been open and honest, all of this me playing games like, oh, let me see what I can get away with. If I even go to them like that, the relationship is dead. They're ready because they're done with me anyway. So they really don't care whether I stick around or not. They don't care if they have to cut ties with me. There's something, the energy around this Pisces is, I'm saying this is you really being okay with saying, no, I'm okay with walking away. Or I'm okay with letting this karmic person's situation go. It's done. If I'm not getting what I need, then I'm done. Not always what we want, but what you really need, where everybody's kind of benefiting in some way. Hello to all of my second decan Pisces. Welcome back. If you got a chance to go check out the first decan Pisces, I hope you enjoyed it, okay? But we're going to get into just a little bit of differences between you and the first decan Pisces, and then you can check out the third decan Pisces if you like to see the differences between that, okay? All right, so second decan Pisces, I'll go through some of the some of the same things that I went through with the first decan Pisces, okay? You are a water sign, you're a mutable sign. And I just wanted to use different oracle decks so you can see the difference in them, okay? The drawings, the illustration, the meanings when I read them. But with this one, it's saying sensitize with Pisces and introspection with the 12th house, since you ruled the 12th house. All right, I'm going to start off with this one first. And this is the Zodiac oracle deck that I will be using for this card here, for those who want to know. And Pisces, you do rule, like I said, the 12th house. And as I stated for the first decan Pisces, the 12th house is about your inner self. It's about your dreams, your secrets, the past, subconsciousness, and karma. And that's why a lot of times in your readings, the past come up, because you rule the past, things that happen, past karmic lives, past karmic situations, okay? All right, so let's read on what the Pisces mean in this book, and then we're going to you can kind of compare what the differences from the other oracle deck, okay? All right, so Pisces, you're a mutable sign, second decan Pisces, and your key phrase is I believe. Now, second decan Pisces, your birthday is between March the 1st and March the 10th, okay? The intuitive energy of water flows and flows through the changeableness of the mutable quality. There is creativity and psychic insights available, probably hidden in plain sight. The key phrase, I believe, means that you do believe that the answers are out there and that you, by paying attention as only you can, will find them. In this situation, asks, how can I tap into the compassionate heart of the universe? Listen and see with your heart. Pisces energy is very aware of the unseen currents in the world, including the emotions of others. This can be overwhelming. Employ simple energetic protection techniques and avoid destruction, escapism. Okay, so that's what this one, it kind of is a condensed version of the next one that I'm about to read to you, okay? So, and I'll be reading on the 12th house as well as Pisces. And for this one, for those who would like to know, I'm using the Star Codes Astro Oracle deck, okay? Pisces, sensitized. The symbol for Pisces is two fish usually swimming in opposite directions. Pisces rules the feet and resonates with wetlands, streams, and ponds. Ruled by expansive Jupiter in traditional astrology and by intuitive Neptune in modern astrology, mutable water sign Pisces calls us to sense our dreams and intuitive perceptions for the trickles and streams of understanding. The sun shines in Pisces between February the 20th and March the 20th. Pisces asks us to swim in the ambient pool of emotions and be moved to compassionate actions. With Pisces, think of a vast watery landscape of streams meandering over fields, through ponds and swamps, where the different elements and diverse species flow together in one subtle, boundarlessly and fertile landscape. Appreciate all the diverse voices in this situation and take them as tributaries to your river. This complex ecology has so much more to say and is so much more robust than any simple monoculture. The situation you are facing is also subtle and complex, but that is its strength. The moment calls for finer perception, a more sensitive microphone. Be as aware of other people's feelings as you are of your own, but know whose feelings is whose. Track carefully what you soak up from others and what is true to your own wellspring. Learn to honor a twin perception. I'm sorry, y'all. It's pouring down. It just started pouring down. That's what I'm looking at. Learn to honor a twin perception that we are both individual selves with our own work to do, and that our selves are embedded in the body of creation. Healthy boundaries help us to do our individual work. Spiritual practice can help us shift our perception from the cell mind to our role in the body of the one. The challenges with Pisces is Pisces permeability can leave you in a swamp, Amphorious, wondering whether your sadness is your own or if it has been sponged up from your surroundings. Empathize with others, but don't try to carry everyone else's pain for them and double the burden. The gift with Pisces is tune into a healthy ecosystem with Pisces sensitive perception. We are all cells in the body of the one. Healthy individuals contribute to the health of the whole. So Pisces, let's talk a little bit about what that is saying. It's saying it's okay to be a part of a group, like a school of fish, right? But if you think about a school of fish, sometimes they lose themselves because they're just going instinctively with the current. Once in a while, you'll have a fish that kind of do their own thing. They may swim away from the current, but of course, that can put you in danger of being, I'm thinking in the way of a fish, a school of fish, okay? Because there are power in numbers with them, okay? So when you think about certain fish, you know, sometimes sharks, they will swim in a I'm not sure if they're called a pod or I have to research it, or a school or something like that, since or if it's, to me, I'm thinking like sometimes I've seen sharks swim alone, okay? Whereas if you see things like salmon, they're swimming in groups, you know, they're swimming in, they're like a school of fish. So I guess it really depends on the fish itself. And then if you see like orcas, usually they're swimming in a group, or if you see dolphins, they're swimming in a group or something like that. So it's great to be a part of a system, a part of one, right? If that feels amazing. But in that group, it's important for you to have your own individuality, to establish that, right? And because if you don't establish that, it's like you lose yourself. It's great to empathize with people and to empathize with the group, but know when you are losing yourself and when that sorrow is not even yours. You know when you are being so much of an empath that you have sponged up someone else's pain to the point it has become your pain, okay? And this is where you start to set healthy boundaries for yourself, so you can be, good for yourself, like emotionally, mentally, physically, financially, because if you're constantly losing yourself, then you are not being your best self, right? You can't, because you're unable to really identify who you are within that group. So let's look at the 12th house energy here. Introspection. If your chart were a village map, the 12th house would be a quiet place. The sun is in the 12th house just after sunrise, a time for prayer and meditation, for dreaming our deepest dreams. The 12th house is your inner child's world, containing both the fairyland into which you might escape and the monsters that live underneath your bed. Oh, sorry, y'all. The power went out for a quick minute. Okay. Sorry about that. Introspect. This situation is complex. So learn what's going on behind the scenes before you act. Look for private motives, hidden enemies, and surprise angels. Take time alone to develop an idea or listen within. The 12th house speaks of both who you are when no one's looking and the fact that your fate is inextricably linked to every other sentient being. Work with this metaphor. We are all cells in the body of the divine. It's essential that you take care of yourself, your individual self, and honor who you are. But you also must acknowledge that you work within an organism, your family, your culture, for example, which operates within the body of all creation. If you just take care of yourself and disregard the rest, you become a cancer that brings illness to the great body. If you deny your individuality, you can't do what you were born to do. Both realities are clear and true. You do exist independently, and you are part of the collective. It's just a perspective shift. It's impractical to get lost in oneness, whether in spiritual bliss or over-identification with your group, and neglect your individual health. But it can be spiritually painful to feel stuck in the isolated single-cell mindset. Spiritual practice can help you find a healthy midpoint between a disconnected, lonely state and a state of connection to one another, to a cause, or to the divine. Grounding helps you return to your personal path. The challenges with this, Pisces, is it can be hard to find a healthy place between feeling subsumed by a group and dwelling in stunted isolation. The 12th house asks you to face your fears. The gift with this is, in quiet moments of prayer, meditation, and creative bliss, feel that deep connection to the source and know you are not alone. Okay? So, again, like I said, with the Pisces being sensitive, sometimes you can, or sensitized, sometimes you can feel people so deeply, you can feel their energy so deeply that the lines start to become blurred of where they begin and you end, okay? Those boundaries become blurred. And in the 12th house, since you're dealing with past karmics, you're dealing with who you are, yourself. This is you not being so selfish to the point where you neglect everyone, because then you become a cancer to the divine. So when you're very neglectful of everyone else, very selfish, you only think of yourself. You don't think of anyone else in the group. That's when, or anyone else in your family, anyone else in your community. That's when you are sort of like looked at as a cancer, someone who isn't growing in a healthy way, right? But when you lose your individuality, it's just as bad, because then you're not doing yourself any sort of justice, or your community or your family, because then you're not doing what you were put here to do. We all have a job to do here, an individual job, even though we work as a unit. And this is what you as a Pisces in the 12th house represent, okay? All right, so I just wanted you to kind of get some, a little insight into your energy as a Pisces, whether you have a Pisces moon, rising, or sun sign, okay? All right. So Pisces, you are a mutable sign. You're a mutable sign, right? You're a water sign. Water deals with the emotions. So when you see the cups or the chalices inside of the tarot deck, that's dealing with emotions, okay? With the pentagram, a lot of times people associate the pentagram with something evil. But if you know the true meaning of the pentagram, it just represents the soul at the body, at the top, at the very top, at the point. And then it represents the elements, the other elements, okay? And you're one of those elements. So it represents fire, earth, air, water, okay? So it represents all of the elements, and then the soul at the top. And it's really saying that your soul is guiding all of these elements that you're made of, okay? You're made of a part of all of these elements, and that your soul is guiding that. Now, when you see the pentagram inverted, that means that people are saying that they choose to let the elements be the things that guide the soul, okay? All right, so, but you're a mutable sign. You're a water sign, okay? So people associate the pentagram with something evil, but it was not originally considered evil. Okay. All right. So let's get into what that mutable energy is, because Pisces, you share that mutable sign with Gemini. You share it with Sagittarius and Virgo. Okay. So Pisces, so all of these signs, they're the signs that fall at the conclusion of each season. So whereas Pisces is the conclusion of winter, Gemini is the conclusion of spring, Sagittarius is the conclusion of fall, Virgo is the conclusion of summer, right? So all of that's the mutable sign. You're adaptable, right? So mutable signs are intellectual and adaptable. You are good with change. The mutable signs take all the ideas, systems, and informations that other signs have built and perfected. This is like editing these things and getting them ready for prime time. Pisces, as the mutable sign, you are good at getting people emotions unstuck. Sometimes at their own detriment. You can walk into a situation as an empath and suddenly trigger all these dormant feelings in others. And what I mean by that is, like I mentioned in the first decan Pisces, so when you think about the seasons, right? When you think about winter, you think about how everything is layered under the dead leaves, the snow. You think about hibernation. You think about all of these things that are in the process. You think about the pregnancy of the animals or the birth that they've already had, but they've created like this nice warm sack for them to be in, a nice warm cave or something for them to be in. And they're kind of hidden away from the world while they're building their strength. They're building their survival skills. They're building their food. Their everything that they need is being built. You know, the beauty of all the hard work is being done, all the editing. This is what you're doing, Pisces, when the winter comes, right? So all people see when they see all the hard work, when it's finished, boom, they see the spring, right? They see the beginning of the spring, which is around that Aries season, right? Okay. So all they see is the flowers blooming, and they see all this hard work that has been put in. They don't see the hard work on the backside. Of course, when you see bears in hibernation, unless you got a camera in the cave, you don't see all the hard work that the mother has done. She's lost body weight so she can feed her cubs, and she hasn't eaten in months. Okay. And so she can make sure her cubs are nice, well, and fat and prepared to go out when the spring comes in. And so she can start hunting for food and preparing them for life, right? So all we see is, oh my God, they're so cute, but we don't see all the work that had to go into getting those cubs to where they are, to be able to keep up with mom and sustain all of this winter weather that they're still walking into, because maybe the ice hasn't melted yet. Or if we think of like squirrels or something, we just see the little baby squirrels running around, but we don't see what happened when they were in the nest in the wintertime, having to brave the cold and the ice and the snow, and mommy having to feed them and all of this stuff, right? So all we see is the final product in spring. We don't see, even with the trees and the flowers, we don't see what's going on underground when they're in that, you know, when they're underneath the leaves and they have that sort of blanket over them and they're able to keep warm. And all of the snow is melting going into spring. And so now they're being nurtured with all this water. And when the spring comes and the sun comes, now they have the perfect environment to bloom. So all people see is how beautiful the spring is. They don't see all the editing, Pisces, that you have done. And this applies to your friendships. This applies to your relationships with people. This applies to your jobs. This applies to everything in your life, right? Because when you think about it, you get things ready for prime time. You edited it. You edit people. So if somebody comes to you with an idea, like I mentioned in the first decan reading, Maybe in your youth, you give great ideas. You have, people come to you with things, you know how to edit it. They may say, oh, I have an idea for this. And you like, oh, okay, this is how we can perfect it. Because you're in that energy, that Neptune energy, where you can see things below the surface, okay? You can see, you can take things, you can use your intuitive energy, your intuitive gifts to see beyond just what someone's perspective is, right? Which may be limited. So you can take it to that next level. But the thing that I have encountered with a lot of Pisces, and if you're young, you may have not experienced this yet, is a lot of their hard work is not, they're not given the credit for that. Okay? They're not given the credit for that hard work that they put in. When you see an older Pisces who has become a hermit or a recluse, that's because all of that editing that they have put into other people, they haven't gotten the credit for it. They got tired of being burned. They got tired of people running away with their ideas, getting credit for it. They got tired of people getting the fruits of their labor. Okay, and them being sort of just pushed aside, called jealous, called angry, called bitter, all of this stuff because what they worked on, what they perfected was stolen. This is you building someone up, and when they finally get to where they don't need you anymore, they, kind of discard you for whatever reason. They'll make up a reason or whatever. And then you're like, that's my idea that they're using. That's my personality. I used to say that. I used to do that. But this is what the world is saying. They're saying the prime time, the final product, and you're not getting your props. So when you see older Pisces who have become very reclusive, they have been burnt too many times from putting people in things. Maybe their family, they put their family on. People weren't really even paying attention to their family like that until their name started circulating. Then people started kind of looking at their family, but then they don't speak highly of that Pisces. The family don't even speak highly of that Pisces, but the family would be getting attention if it wasn't for that Pisces, right? If it wasn't for, so this is, it's something that you're going to start to notice as you get older. Now, one thing that I will say is some of the Pisces, as they get older, they start to move more into that reclusive state, because this is a time that you're being taught to, this editing thing that you're known to do, Pisces, that you're amazing at. This is a time for you to put this into you. Edit yourself. Don't reveal your ideas before they're ready. Okay? Edit whatever work you're doing. Do what you have to do, and then put the final product out there, so people cannot take credit for your hard work. Okay? As you get older, you'll start to do that. You won't, when you're coming across some pretty good people who have integrity, they don't have time to steal your stuff, because they got their own ideas and own dreams and their own ambition. If anything, they'll openly say, oh, let's work together, because I have some ideas just similar. I'm into that field too, or this, that, and the other. They won't try to take what you have and then run off and start a whole business or something behind your back and then call you bitter or a hater. So again, for the younger Pisces who watch my channel, who are 18, between 18 and 30, you probably haven't experienced that on that level yet. But the ones who are older than that, and you kind of see them like, why do they say to themselves so much? Because they've been burnt too much by people who have done that over and over and over again. Okay. Now, one thing about you as a Pisces too, where I said sometimes Pisces, you are good at getting people's emotions unstuck. Sometimes at their own detriment, meaning that by you being an empath, when people have gotten used to kind of getting over on a group, and they got everybody in a group believing their lies and manipulations, and here you come as an empath and you can see clean through the crap, and you're not allowing them to get over on you like that, you become enemy number one very quick, because now this person know that you know who they are. And you're gonna have to deal with the slander. You're gonna have to deal with the, I don't know why they don't like me, but it's because someone in that group knows that you know that they're not who they say they are. You know that they're a fraud. And maybe you won't link up with them the way that they want you to. You know, maybe you won't connect with them the way, because you're protecting yourself from something that you see isn't right. Maybe the rest of the group don't see it, but you see it. And if you call it out, you'll cause all hell to break loose. If your silence also will make people kind of question, like, why isn't this person speaking? Well, I know that they know that I'm a fraud, and I know that they know that I'm just getting over on people, but why haven't they called me out? Well, let me start their smear campaign before they call me out. So if I can tear down their image, when they tell the truth about me, people won't believe them. You're going to kind of see these kind of things happen in life, okay? So this is, you can make people, Pisces are known to be the mirror of life. You're their karmic. You will hold up that mirror and show people who they are. And that can be very uncomfortable sometimes for people when they've gotten used to getting away with being a certain way and not being called out, okay? All right, so Pisces, let's move on. Because that's that mutable energy. You can be very adaptable. You can go into a room, you can adapt to certain things. You can also get along with the other mutable signs as long as you allow them to be in their strength and to respect their strengths and they respect yours. When everyone knows who the other person's strengths are. If you know, like I'll use Sagittarius as an example. Like Pisces is good at getting people emotions unstuck. Sagittarius are great at getting projects unstuck. When you try to tinker over into their strengths, that's where the issues lie, okay? With you being a second decan Pisces, you know, you're coming off, you're not really in that Aquarius energy like the first decan Pisces. You're not really in that Aries energy like the third decan Pisces. You're really in the middle, right? And that has a lot to do with you having psychic abilities, being greatly intuitive, being very friendly and kind-hearted to people. But also the downside is that you sacrifice so much of yourself. You lose yourself in groups, whether it's the group in your family. Your voice can get lost. You don't feel heard. You may not feel respected. You're worried about hurting people's feelings even if they don't care about hurting yours, okay? So sometimes it can be kind of hard to stand up for yourself because you don't want to be the problem in the group, okay? So this is you knowing your individuality and not veering away from that, knowing it's okay to be to hone your individuality and not being afraid of that, because you're doing yourself a disservice when you're not being your best self. And the only way you can do that is having that individuality, but also not being so far pulled away from the group that you have become almost like a Cancer, where people are kind of like, they bring nothing to the group. They don't want to deal with us. We don't want to deal with them. It's just constant conflict and problems and things like that, right? Okay. And sometimes you don't want to deal with the group because you see them as a Cancer and you feel like you can't be your individual self, because if you don't go along and get along, then it is going to be a lot of problems, okay? All right, so let's look into what these moon phases are for you. Hold on. During your time, during your birthday times, okay? Let's look into what your moon phases are. So from March the 1st until March the 10th, you're going to have, you're going to be in that waxing crescent moon, okay? And at the beginning of the reading For the first decan Pisces, I went through what the waxing, crescent, the waning, gibbous, all of that, the waxing, gibbous. I put in what all of that mean, and that is if you want to go to the beginning of the reading, before you click on your decan, then you can look at that, okay? Because I put the meaning for each one of them, so you can get a different understanding of what waxing crescent mean and waxing gibbous means and stuff like that, okay? And I'll just read a little bit on it just so you can have some information and kind of get an idea. But the waxing moon it occurs after a new moon, okay? And we'll be moving out of a new moon in Pisces around the 28th, okay, of February. So we'll be moving into a waxing crescent moon during your birthday weeks, okay? And so the waxing moon occurs after a new moon, okay? And it becomes more visible as the days go on. The moon becomes more visible as the days go on, okay? But the crescent moon represents any time less than half of the moon is lit up by the sun. It appears narrow and curved, okay? So what I mean by that is this is like the waning. This is like a crescent moon. That's what that crescent moon looks like, okay? Whereas a gibbous moon is not completely a full moon, but it is still round, okay? And the new moon isn't a full moon. The full moon is illuminated, whereas the new moon is sort of dark, okay? All right. So you have the waxing crescent moon in Aries from March the 1st to March the 2nd. Then it moves into Taurus from around March the 3rd to March the 5th. Then it moves into Gemini. And it moves into Gemini for the first quarter moon, okay? It moves into Gemini and it goes from a crescent moon into a gibbous moon, meaning that it goes from that slender look, it's starting to build up into this gibbous moon where it's a little fuller. You start to see the moon more illuminated and fuller around this time, okay? Because it's eventually going to move into that full moon energy. So then around the first quarter moon, which is around March the 6th and the 7th, it's in that Gemini energy. Then it's going to move from that Gemini energy into Cancer, okay, around March the 8th and 9th. And then around the 10th, it's going to move into Leo energy, okay? So that's where yours kind of wear off, like it kind of lets off at that Leo energy, okay? So you start off in that Aries moon, waxing crescent moon, you go into the first quarter moon, and then you move into that waxing gibbous moon within the 2 weeks of your birthday. All right, so I'll read a little bit on these using the Moonology deck, the Oracle deck. So with the waxing crescent moon. Okay, second decan Pisces, let's get into what this waxing crescent moon is about, okay? Because you'll be in the waxing crescent moon through March the 1st up until around March the 5th. So it'll be moving from Aries into Taurus, okay? And then it kind of changes in that with that Gemini, with the first quarter Gemini, that first we'll read on with the first quarter moon it represents, and then it's going to go into a waxing gibbous moon, and we'll read on what the gibbous moon represent, okay? All right. So let's look at the waxing crescent moon first. Okay, so with the waxing crescent moon, it says, have faith in your dreams. Don't give up. The situation you're asking about is still taking shape. You're nowhere near the end of the story. Whatever is happening now is just a step along the way. As they say in the self-help classics, everything will be okay in the end. If it's not okay, it's not the end. However, the waxing crescent moon card is a reminder that you must still keep working towards whatever it is that you want. If you can't take practical steps, spend time meditating on the question you're asking about and allow your higher self to download information to you about your best next step. Overall, this card suggests there is every reason to be hopeful for a very positive outcome to the situation you're asking about. So keep the faith. I want you to say this, Second Decan Pisces. I am focused on what I want. The additional meanings for this card, Second Decan Pisces, is just because you can't see your dreams, it doesn't mean they're not manifesting. Don't look back. Stay focused on moving forward. Be patient as events unfold. Dig a little deeper to find more courage. Okay? The waxing crescent moon is the second moon phase in the 8 main moon phases. But even if it's not the time of the waxing crescent moon when you pull this card, it still suggests you need to really pursue your dreams. It's the time to put your foot down hard as you chase your goals. So I'm not sure what's going on, Second Decan Pisces, but there could be something where you kind of feel like giving up on a situation. You could be frustrated with the process, but you're being encouraged during this time to really have faith, okay? So let's look at what some of these other, you're very close to achieving your goals, and that's that gibbous moon, because you'll have the waxing crescent moon right there, but you'll be moving into the gibbous moon after the first quarter, so I'll read that one last. And the waxing moon energy, okay, so let's read on that. During the waxing moon, the energy is gaining momentum. Hope springs eternal. This card is a very positive omen, indicating that you can create the reality you're dreaming of. Though it will take some time, some work, and you're not quite there yet, this is a time of energies rising up. Emotions are building too. Where do you want to go, and do you believe you can get there? Either you can just keep meditating and focusing on your desired outcome, or you can make the courageous commitment to take more practical steps towards your goals. Whatever you decide, you are most certainly on the right track. So I need you to say this. I know I'm headed in the right direction. The additional meaning for this card, Second Decan Pisces, is the situation is full of potential. Your dream can come true. More effort is yet required. Are you willing to give it? Review your goals and ensure you're still committed. Keep moving forward. The waxing cycle is the period of the lunar cycle from the new moon to the full moon. And during this time, the moon appears to be slightly bigger and rounder every night. This is a very empowered and empowering time. And this is a very promising card. It suggests now is the time to make plans and to act on them, no matter when you actually pull the card, okay? So don't give up on your dreams. This is a time when you're meant to go after what you want, okay? So ironically, you're moving into that first quarter moon. Your commitment is being tested. Let's see what that's about. And that first quarter moon is in Gemini. There could be some sort of communication. or lack of communication. This could be text messages, writing, emails, something, okay? Your commitment to something is being tested with this first quarter moon. Let's see. There could be some challenges coming your way, but they're just the universe's way of testing you. The first quarter moon calls for you to face any hurdles with confidence. What do you actually think is possible? If you believe you can do it, then you probably can. If you spend your life affirming that something is too big for you to surmount, it probably is. See how it works? Do you believe your dreams will come true, or have you secretly already given up? Showing some commitment now will help you move towards your desired outcome. What you believe to be true for you, what you believe to be true is true for you. So believe in yourself. Second Decan Pisces, I need you to say, I am committed to my dreams and move towards them with confidence. The additional meaning to this card, Second Decan Pisces, is the answer to your questions is yes, but not yet. You're halfway to your goal. You still need to put in a bit more effort. Sometimes we just need to realize how much we want something. You need to recommit to someone or something. In the lunar cycle, the first quarter moon comes between the new moon and the full moon. It's a time when the sun and the moon are at a hard astrological angle to each other, and this can prompt a small crisis. No matter when you pull this card, you need to see any dramas as a stepping stone to where you want to be. It can also be a time when you need to stay strong through a storm, okay? So if you're going through something right now, this could be in the communications department. You know, maybe you feel like there's lack of communication, or maybe you feel like there's some lack of honesty or clarity or something, okay? Maybe you're just not getting the downloads that you want, and that's frustrating for you. Maybe you feel like someone is not giving you all the information you need, okay, for you to get to that next level or to achieve something, or you just want clarity. You want to know what you should do right now. So hopefully that is kind of giving you some insight of which direction you need to take and what you need to do. But last but not least is you're very close to achieving your goal with this gibbous moon. Now the gibbous moon is coming in the waxing moon. I already read on that, but the gibbous moon is coming in after the first quarter, okay? So the word gibbous means bulging. What a descriptive word, right? And pulling this card at any time of the month suggests that the situation you're asking about is bulging with possibility and coming to a peak. But this isn't an ending card with a neat yes or no answer. Rather, you're being reminded that some adjustments may yet be required before you get what you want. Though you're certainly on the right track, which is hopefully reassuring for you. However, there is also a sense that the situation is a bit tense, so don't push too hard. One false move and the whole thing could blow. That's not meant to scare you. It's just to let you know that there's a fuse attached to this situation. So be careful if you choose to light it. Second Decan Pisces, I need you to say, I know that I am on the right track. The additional meaning with this card is, now is a good time to review your plans. Keep the momentum going as you move towards your dreams. Stay focused. It's a good time to start a new project. You need to get back into good health The teaching with this card is the gibbous moon comes at the very end of the lunar cycle, just before the full moon. She looks like she's bulging because she's almost a full moon. So she's nearly fully rounded. It's the accumulation of the waxing cycle, and as such tends to be a rather intense period of the month. No matter when you pull this card, it suggests a very right time in a very right situation, okay? So there's something that could be at its peak right now, you know? Maybe something is coming to a head. Maybe there's something that just, it's kind of, it needs to be said. It's something needs to come out. Some clarity, some information, some words, something needs to be exposed or discussed, or something for you to kind of know how you want to move forward. And I feel like something that you're looking for is going to come. Something that you've been wanting. It could be frustrating that you're not getting what you want at this very moment, like the communication, but it is coming. Okay, so before we get into what the moon card represents for you and the chakras that's connected to the second decan Pisces, let's get into some of the stones that are connected to the second decan Pisces, okay? Whereas we know that Aquamarine and Amethyst, they're connected to the first and the second decan Pisces, but you also have, and this is with the Amethyst stone looks like. This is what the Aquamarine stones look like. And I actually, if you go on my channel and look at some of my shorts, when I was at the museum, I actually uploaded a huge aquamarine, a picture of a lot of aquamarine stones and things like that. Also, second decan Pisces, because your ruling planet is the moon, you're also, the moonstones are also connected to you as the second decan Pisces. If you can see, they kind of change with color like the moon. And this is connected to your sacral chakra, whereas the aquamarine is connected to your third eye chakra, and the amethyst stone is connected to your crown chakra. And then last but not least, we have the red coral stones here. And these are also connected to you as the second decan Pisces, okay? So I don't have any information on the red coral stone, so you can actually research that and read on that. Like I looked up, I looked through my crystal cards to see if I had anything about the red coral, but they do have it on the internet where you can kind of read on what the red coral stone can be used for, okay? All right, and it is connected to the second chakra too. It's a good stone to use for that. But I'll read on the amethyst stone. The moonstone and the aquamarine. Okay. My glasses. Hold on, y'all. I gotta put my glasses on. Okay. The amethyst stone. Purple symbolizes wealth and power, and was also reflected in the clothes of rulers and high-ranking religious officials in ancient times. The color of the amethyst represents authority and dignity. It has an effect of calming down, being wise, and making mental depth more profound. It is a source of building intuition and inspiration. It connects with the seventh chakra. The color is purple. The energy with the stone is, while it activates spiritual energy to improve insight, it also makes you focus deeply on depression and sadness. Thus, you should be careful. You can expect the most effect if you wear it as a bracelet or if you have insomnia or have bad dreams frequently. Place a crystal glass or pyramid near your head. Okay, so the thing about this amethyst stone is if you're trying to meditate, like just say if you meditate really early in the morning, right when the sun comes up, you know, when it's still kind of coming up and everybody in the world is still kind of asleep and just waking up. Maybe you're meditating during that time. It's good to have a good amethyst stone with you. Now, the thing where it says be careful, the reason it says be careful is because you have to know that these are stones that bring in downloads from the divine. And like I said in the first decan reading with the Pisces is, when you're doing this meditation, maybe you want to do it somewhere where you're alone, you have your downtime, you're not at work, because I would say like this is a great time for you to really detox, maybe get some things out through communication, through writing, through editing, whatever you need to do to get things out and kind of perfect them around this time, so you can sort of let go of what you don't need and hold on to what you do need. Now, I will say if you're using this stone, you don't want to focus so much on the negative. You want to conjure up those memories so you can work through them. Whether it's you lack individuality in a group, or you have lost yourself in a group or something like that, or you are so pulled away from the group that you have almost become like a cancer because you're only thinking of yourself in this group. You're not thinking of anyone else, okay? So this is important. This is going to bring you some clarity when you're doing your meditation. But again, it's important to, like if you have bad dreams, people use this, like they said, use it as like a pyramid or a globs close to your head. Maybe you want to put it on your headboard or something like that. But use this. This is kind of like, I almost feel like it's like another, a deeper version of that dream catcher kind of energy. But this brings in downloads to kind of clear out that negative energy or help you to make sense of it, okay? But you don't want to stay in that negative energy for a long period of time because it can invoke depression, okay? So that's why it says be careful with it. So make sure if it's something that you need to write down and it's going to invoke one memory which could unlock another memory, make sure you're in a place where you're not having a full meltdown like at work and then people are like, oh my goodness, is everything okay? You know, so make sure you're in a quiet, safe place where you can release that energy. You can write it down, you can burn it, you can put it, you can bury it somewhere, you know, so you're giving it back to Mother Earth, and you're giving it back to the universe to kind of help you work through it and put things in place to help you move forward. And it's okay to get as deep as you need to get and release the anger, the frustration, all the things that you wanted to say but you couldn't say, or you know, maybe all the things you want to say in a group, and maybe you're praying just to have your throat chakra strengthen, okay? Eating blueberries, things that's that indigo color, that helps with your throat chakra. It helps with your communication, as well as this aquamarine, even though it's connected to the third eye chakra, okay? But I really see, once you get those downloads, those clear downloads using the amethyst stone, the aquamarine, and I'm going to read what that means so you can understand what I'm about to say, okay? Because the aquamarine kind of followed up with that amethyst stone is a stone that will help you kind of cleanse out that negative energy and get out of that negative way of thinking and things like that. After you've conjured up some hurt feelings or some bad memories or something that may trigger you or something you just need to detox, some anger or something, then this aquamarine stone is supposed to help with that, okay? So aquamarine is a crystal that symbolizes courage. As it sharpens your intuition and removes useless thoughts instantly, it has an excellent effect on calming down your mind. It makes you look at the world with composure. It helps you to live a better life. It works much better with people with sensitive emotions. It connects with the sixth chakra. The color is indigo. The energy with this card is it gives you courage to the bold mind. It gives courage to the bold mind and spirit to face the cruel reality so that one can move on, okay? You may hold it in your hand or place it in a respective spot. It's also good if you place it on your eyes or drink it as crystal water. Yes, people do that. People take crystals after they've charged them in water, especially a crystal like Aquamarine. If you do some research, sailors actually used to keep this crystal on their boat because they felt like it was an offer to Poseidon, the gods, you know, to the water god of, you know, to make sure that they went on their journey on the sea safely and returned safely. Okay, so they would bring this aquamarine stone with them, and they would put it somewhere. Some of them would have it embedded in their ship somewhere, so they could actually, you know, they felt like it would bring them safe and good luck, safety and good luck on their journey on the waters. Okay, but this is also something very good. Some people put it in water to drink it. They actually, not to drink the actual stone, but they'll let the stone sit in, well, the crystal sit in water, and after a while, and then in charge, and then they'll drink it. Even sometimes people even write on their water, like they'll write something very positive on the water: wealth, health, happiness, clarity, joy, cleansing, things like that. They'll write on the water and put a crystal in it, and then let it sit for a while, and then they'll drink the water. Okay, like putting those positive words into their body. Okay, all right, so then let's do, last but not least, let's do the moonstone, which connects to your sacral chakra. Moonstones provide mental stability and inspiration. Stressing over emotions for a long period of time affects the human body negatively. It stabilizes and balances the accumulated feeling of anger, anxiety, and other elements that add up to aggression. Moonstones help you to accept your current situation and grow generosity. Rather than making realistic decisions, it guides you to look over your current situation and improve your observation skills. Okay, it's connected to the second chakra. The color is orange, and the moonstone isn't necessarily orange, but it's connected to the sacral chakra, which is an orange color. Okay, that could be, it's like this color here. I'll read on this in a moment, but that's why I said the red coral would be appropriate for that too. Okay, it is good to have it as a bracelet or necklace. If you place it as a crystal globs or cluster, it helps relieve anxiety and insomnia. Okay, all right, so that is what the crystals. Let's move into what this moon energy is about. Let's read on what the moon energy is about. And these are the different cards. I just kind of want you all to see. The moon card is connected to your throat chakra, second decan Pisces. That's why I said maybe you need to, you know, speak on a situation here. Okay, speak on what's hidden and use your voice, right? Okay, so let's connect with this. Let's read on, you know, your perception in a situation here. And also seeing seeing things from other people's perspective, I feel like will really help whatever the situation is in your life. I'm not sure what this is you're going through, but it's easy to see things from our perception, okay? From through our eyes, where we can say, oh, it's this way and this is how it should be. But to see something from someone else's perspective and to let them know that you can understand their perspective without losing your identity, without losing yourself, that kind of helps people understand you a little more too, right? All right, so let's see what this moon energy is. The moon, the ruler of Cancer, speaks of the deep inner river of emotions. What motivates you, how you experience and express your feelings, and how you nurture and need nurturance. In your astrology chart, the moon is as important as the sun, even though it's much smaller. By a coincidence of relative size and distance, from our earthly perspective, the sun and the moon, our symbols of conscious and unconsciousness, appear to be the same size. And this proportion makes eclipses possible. The moon cycles through the zodiac in 27.5 days, changing signs every 2 days and coloring our moods, habits, and behavior. First, perceive what unspoken emotional inner calling and patterns drive you. Look to your own moon sign. When you cooperate with your mom's emotional motivation, you'll find it easier to walk in harmony with your path. Next, investigate the needs and wants of those around you. The emotions underneath the surface actually run this show. Those primary drives are expressed through habits and actions, nuances and expressions, rather than through words. Look for that underground ocean. It carries the soul's energy. Speak to the insecurities that slow this process. Act in a way that helps others feel nurtured, warm, and emotionally connected. Make them feel at home. Tend the food, water, the home base. Like the moon, the energy in the situation will wax and wane. So access the current phase and work with those cycles. The challenge with the moon card, second decan Pisces, is look to feelings rather than logic to move the situation forward. Notice any strange responses to anxiety, touchy personal defenses, Neptunism, subjectivity or insecurity, either in your motivation or in those around you. Tend to the fear that lies underneath these behaviors. The gift with this card is you are one with the ebb and the flow. Watch what sign the moon occupies each day and let the moon teach you about its phases. Align yourself with those tides and make life easier, okay? So this is a time when I feel like you need to look at your perception of things because that's so important, second decan Pisces. But this is also a time when you need to see, like I said, other people's perspective, see things from other people's perspective. Because seeing something from someone else's point of view actually opens your mind a little more to get a little better understanding of them as a person. Because now you can kind of get some insight into their mind, why they think the way they think, why they behave the way that they do, why they say the things that they say, you know? So when you kind of see things, you see your own perception of things. You have that, yes. But when you can see someone else's perspective, see something from someone else's perspective, it gives you more of an open mind, even if they're not willing to do that with you, because then you can handle and face situations better, right? You don't get so upset when you know someone is doing something to push your buttons, or you know that someone is insulting you because it's coming from a place of their own insecurities or possibly jealousy or envy or something. You don't get so upset when they try to focus on your looks, because there may be things you can say about them that aren't so nice. But when you know it's coming from a place of insecurity, or their intelligence isn't where yours is, their intellect. Maybe they're not even emotionally intelligent, okay? They're just used to handling everything in a very aggressive way, okay? They're used to reacting instead of taking the time to respond in a thoughtful way. So this is you seeing something from someone else's perspective and knowing that sometimes as a Pisces, you will get people emotions unstuck. And it will make them feel sometimes you're triggering them, even though they don't want to, they don't know why. They just know it's you that's triggering them. And it could be because you're an empath and you've picked up on their emotions. And maybe it's just something that you said that just seems so natural to you, but it's a threat to them, okay? So this is something that as you get older, you'll see what I'm talking about. You'll kind of understand it a lot more. And for those Pisces, those second decan Pisces who are older, I would love for you to chime in the comment section to let the younger Pisces know that this too shall pass. They will eventually get used to these skills, even if it's hard at times, but you will get to that point where you start to set up healthy boundaries where you, as an empath, you don't take on everybody's stuff so much. You may do it in your youth and it blows up in your face, okay? You start to edit people, you make them better only for them to go off and throw dirt on you, okay? All right, or never give you your props. Or you make a place better, a family better, or somebody still try to, whatever it is. You just learn as you get older to protect your energy, your ideas, who you are more. It's one thing for you to be a ghostwriter. It's one thing for you to be a motivational speaker. It's one thing for you to be a life coach, a financial advisor. But if you're not getting paid for that, then what's the use? Someone could take all of your information and pass it off as their own and leave you high and dry. And if you have a contract, okay, great. You know, so as you get older, you learn to do things where you're benefiting from it instead of you sitting back and watching everybody else benefit from your editing skills and your hard work in those finishing of the winter, spring, summer, and fall months. Okay. All right. So let's get into what these chakras represent. It says the energy of the crown chakra supports our feeling of being connected to a higher power and part of a larger whole. So both of these chakras are connected to you. The seventh chakra is connected to you as the second decan Pisces because you're connected to the divine a lot. You get a lot of downloads, and that's where that amethyst comes in at, okay? You get a lot of downloads and that psychic ability and telekinesis and clairvoyant energy, things like that, those gifts that you have. A lot of that comes from being connected to the crown chakra and being connected to the divine more than any other zodiac sign, okay? Now, you're also connected to the second chakra, okay? Some of you have a number 2 life path, and some of you all may have a 7 life path, and you can read on that. I've done readings in the past about life paths too, okay? You get a little bit of everything for Pisces on this channel, okay? So the second chakra, the energy of the sacral chakra, helps us to navigate our lives through our emotions and supports our ability to enjoy the sensual world. So this is why you're connected to the second chakra too, because you're deeply connected to your emotions, how you feel, how things make you feel, even if you don't know why yet, okay? So this is why you're also connected to the second chakra. So, and the power went out again. It's going in and out. We have sort of like a storm going on outside. All right. So, yeah. All right. So, let me see what else is coming out. Okay, so now I want to pull some tarot cards for you, Pisces. I'm going to pull some tarot cards. How far are we in? We're over an hour. Okay. So I'm going to pull some tarot cards for you. The Ace of Cups, the Ten of Cups, the Hermit card, the Five of Pentacles, and the Death card. Okay, so let's read on what these cards are, the meaning of these, okay? Hold on. All right, so with the Ace of Cups here, Pisces, this is more about with that first week. There could be some sort of offer coming your way, some sort of new beginnings, right? And this coincides with that Aries energy. Aries is a cardinal sign. We will have a waxing crescent moon in Aries. And so this definitely coincides with that. There may be some sort of new relationship, a new romance, some reason to be joyous, happy. This could even be pregnancy, news of a pregnancy. Doesn't necessarily have to be your pregnancy. It could just be a pregnancy that you're hearing about. But this could also represent celebrations or just socializing, okay? Some sort of upsurge and new feelings around that Aries waxing crescent moon, okay? So you could just be really in your head about this. This is also connected to your crown chakra. A Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio could be significant here. Now, of course, this is around your birthday week. So this could be due to birthday parties, gifts, celebrations, you getting a lot of attention, a lot of love and support, right? And then we have the 10 of Cups, right? So this is moving into that Taurus energy, that second house energy, right? So this could be pertaining to your family, you know, happiness, some sort of joy. This has something to do with homecomings. Maybe you're even doing something on your job pertaining to your family. Maybe you and your family work together. You may have some sort of, maybe you're celebrating a promotion for them, or they're celebrating a promotion for you, or there's just something pertaining to what you've invested in, some sort of investment in your life. Also, you all may be coming together to create some level of stability or security or some level of harmony, okay? This represents abundance as well, or some level of domestic bliss. This is connected to your root chakra and what makes you feel safe, what makes you feel secure, what makes you feel happy when it's pertaining to your family, how you're able to provide for your family, what you can do, okay? All right, and then we're moving into, from that Taurus energy into Gemini. This is that first quarter moon here. And this is that Hermit card. This is that Virgo energy, okay? And there is some sort of healing that is going to have to take place. Maybe you're doing some soul searching around this time. You know, this is like around that spiritual enlightenment type energy and doing a lot of self-reflecting, okay? Maybe you're contemplating on what you should do, how you should deal with situations, and looking for some sort of inner guidance around this time. Maybe you're even looking to kind of be by yourself. You kind of want to be by yourself alone so you can think about some things, you know, you're enjoying some sort of sanctuary around this time of just being alone. And you're looking for the deeper truths in people's situations, relationships, okay? This is kind of like you allowing things that are happening in the universe to kind of flow through you, right? You're also learning to have patience around this time, okay? You're learning to have some level of patience with the healing process. And this could be around communication, like I said, okay? Something that you've been wanting to see happen. You could be frustrated with the process, the lack of communication, or the way things are being communicated. It could be frustrating to you. So maybe you're trying to just kind of stay to yourself because you don't want to talk about it, because you're trying to have patience and things like that. But this seems to be a situation where, like I said, your perception of something, you're going to have to look at, and you're going to also have to look at other people's perspective or see things from their perspective too, for you to get a deeper understanding. This Hermit card is connected to your third eye energy, okay? Use that Aquamarine stone around that time if you need to, okay? All right. And then you have the Five of Pentacles here. And that Five of Pentacles energy is connected to that Cancer energy, okay? So this Cancer represents some level of loss or poverty, okay? This is like a temporary financial hardship. This is like some sort of negative change in your circumstances, okay? Or the feeling left out in the cold in some way. This could be a financial loss, a temporary financial loss that you're facing, some sort of recession that you could be going through, or, you know, just kind of feeling like the world is against you. Feeling like, you know, you're facing some sort of like bad luck or hardships or something. This could even be unemployment that you're having to deal with around that Cancer energy, you know, around that time or something like that. And I do feel like this is a time when you're going to have to really work through some things, you know. You're going to have, because this is connected to your throat chakra, and you're going to have to really communicate how you feel. Maybe this is you speaking up on the job with that second house, that Taurus energy, or something about your resources. Maybe you're having to speak up about something, okay? This could be about a situation that you're frustrated with. Maybe you just don't know what you should do, or you've bitten your tongue long enough, and you're frustrated with the process, okay? But this is you trying to see something from someone else's perspective, but also wanting someone to see something from your perspective too. But there will be some sort of loss. Hopefully this isn't you leaving a job or losing a job. This may be the loss of a co-worker. Maybe you feel like you don't fit in with your job, or you just kind of feel like people don't understand you and your family or something, okay? Last but not least, that waxing gibbous moon, and this is when things are kind of full. You know, things are we're about to get into that full moon energy. And so the Death card is here, okay? This is that Scorpio energy, and there's some sort of like spiritual transformation. Things are coming full circle, or something is just, it's illuminated to the point it cannot be hidden anymore. So this is a time when there's going to be some sort of new beginnings or letting go. This could even be endings or some sort of change, some sort of transition. This could even be something that's sudden or unexpected, some level of upheavals or endings or releasing of something. This may be something where you have to release someone. You may have to fire someone, or hopefully you won't be getting fired, okay? But this is a time when you could just be feeling like you need to cleanse or purge your emotions. You need to get something out. You need to get your words out. You need to get how you feel out. This could even, if it's not work related, this could be something with family where you feel like you need to kind of distance yourself from someone because you're tired of biting your tongue, or you're tired of the communication going the way that it is, and you could feel really left out in the cold and misunderstood on how you want to do things, okay? All right, so there seems to be some sort of ending coming to a situation, but it's definitely opening the doors to a new beginning pertaining to something that you're some sort of goal that you're trying to achieve, okay? All right, Second Decan Pisces. So that is your reading there. We're going to get into some messages from the universe here. Let me see where we are. Spirit, please help me with some clear and concise messages for our Pisces. A chapter in your life is coming to an end. Rest assured that beautiful things are ahead in this next chapter. Let go of all things that are out of control and move forward. There are more beautiful things ahead than any you leave behind. I'm not sure. Okay, that's what it says. All right, so let's keep going. I know that you have been questioning yourself lately and wondering if you are good enough or strong enough to do which your heart desires to do. This message is here to remind you that you really are more capable of doing it. You're more than capable of doing it. Rise up and take that leap of faith. The journey wasn't the smoothest or the most pleasant lately, but everything is coming together. Your patience, strength, and perseverance will soon be rewarded. The wait is almost over. Hold on, okay? Now let's get a message from your yin and yang energy here. Ace of Fire, passion, new starts, attraction, creation, desire, new ventures, or job, action. So some of you all may be getting a new job. That's why I say something may be ending, whereas something new may be beginning, okay? Self-love, intentions. Focus on desires of the heart, self-worth, expansions, and manifestations. Absolutely, this is a time for you to show yourself self-love. Remember, I spoke on that individuality, but also being a part, being thoughtful of a group. So I do feel like you're going to find your voice, because if you are being pushed aside or not valued or something, you're going to find your voice when it comes to that individuality, as well as feeling like you're really a part of a group. If a group isn't making you feel like you're welcome there, or your voice isn't, it doesn't matter, I do feel like you will sort of be in that Five of Pentacles energy where you're going to kind of put an ending to that in somehow, in some way, but that's going to open the door to you showing yourself more self-love, okay, and what you're passionate about, right? Separation, love, longing, abandon, divorce, broken dreams, heartbreak, grief. There could be some sort of separation that you're having to deal with around this time, but this is a time when you're going to be required to show yourself some self-love, be open to a new start. Some sort of journey that you're going through is not easy, but this is a time when you're going to really be required to focus on what's important to you in this life, what you really want, what you need. Is your voice, are you being heard? Are you being respected? Do you feel like your individuality is being respected, okay? Or have you lost yourself in a group? So let's see. Let's put these away. And I'm going to bring out some more cards. And I'm just going to pull one card from each one of these. I'm going to start with this deck first. Okay, Spirit, what does my Pisces need to know? This isn't goodbye. I don't want to walk away, but it's what's best for me and us right now. This isn't goodbye. We will be together again soon. Okay? So again, like I said, you may be leaving a situation or someone else could be leaving a situation. Just put yourself where you belong, okay? All right. Let's keep going. What else does my Pisces, my second Pisces, need to know? I miss seeing you. Okay. Let's see what else is coming out. This isn't goodbye. So this is a situation where it looks like, Pisces, either you're going to miss seeing someone or they're going to miss seeing you. I'm not sure whether you're leaving a situation or they are, but this could be just due to lack of clarity, lack of communication, lack of seeing something from someone else's perspective, feeling unheard or left out in the cold or something. Let's see, what else does this second decan Pisces need to know? What else does the second decan Pisces need to know? What else does the second decan Pisces need to know? Karmic battles. I'm releasing what no longer serves me. Please be patient with my process of growth and change as I come into my power. I am making sure that everything is in alignment so I can be with you. I'm severing my ties with karmic situations and completing cycles. Okay, so maybe you have to deal with some things and you don't want someone else to just be around to suffer because of what you have to deal with. Or maybe they feel this way about you, okay? So let's see what else. What place is relatable to this second decan Pisces around this time? What place is relatable to the second decan Pisces around this time? What place is relatable to the second decan Pisces around this time? I just need one card, so. Restaurant. Culinary delights, celebratory dining. So maybe you and this person will meet back up over dinner, or maybe you're taking yourself out to dinner or something like that. You could be going out to celebrate and having some sort of like at a restaurant and, you know, just dining and maybe something to do with culinary or something, okay? Where it's really fun and, you know, you're just having a good time. Okay, so that is that message. And I'm sorry if it looks kind of dark, but the power went out. So I'm going to wrap this reading up so I can reserve the rest of my phone energy. I may have to go in my car and charge my phone if it gets too bad. Okay. All right. So last but not least, second decan Pisces, we're going to do your karmic reading, okay? These are karma cards that I'm using. So we're going to do these and get a message for you. with we're going to start off with the action, and then we're going to move into the outcome. All right, so the sign is in Taurus, the planet is Saturn, and the house is the 10th house, Capricorn energy, okay. All right, so the spiritual action that you need to take is your beliefs. Be realistic about responsibility. So there's something about your responsibilities that you need to be realistic about. Maybe you are, your beliefs, your perspective of what your beliefs are may differ from what someone else's beliefs are. Okay, and that could be the challenge that you're having to go through. Okay, but this is you being realistic about the responsibilities of it. Okay, all right, so the mental action that needs to be taken is the cost of be concerned about success. So this is a time when you have to think of your level, the cost that you're willing to pay, the price that you're willing to pay, what you have sacrificed, what you're willing to sacrifice for success. Okay, the physical message is use the most direct way, and you must wait before you can become a person of power and status. So this is maybe you want to jump ahead of something, okay? And you're frustrated because you're not getting what you want right now. But this is you using the most direct way, the most common sense way, because I can't find a better word, when it comes to your profession, when it comes to your career, when it comes to your relationship. And you may have to be patient and wait to get what you want in this Saturn energy for you to have for you to obtain that power and status that you want so badly. Okay. All right. So let's look at the outcome in the situation here. Let's look at the outcome. The spiritual outcome is resources to maintain the maturity that brings your destiny. Okay, so you will be maintaining some sort of resources due to maturity. Like this has a lot to do with your destiny, where you're supposed to be, the outcome of a situation here. Okay, all right. The mental outcome of this is the practicality of caution regarding where you're going. So be practical about where you're going, okay? This is you being cautious about it. This is the equivalent of don't leave something before you have something else. Don't count your eggs before they hatch, that kind of stuff, okay? Make sure that you have something else stable and set up before. So this is like, I'm going to say this, I can't hold it and I can't deal with this. Know that the cost may be, okay, well, we don't like the way things are going, or if you find it so bad, then maybe you should just go ahead and part ways with us. You go your way, I'll go my way. And that may not be the outcome that you were expecting in a situation, right? So this is you knowing that, okay, let me make sure I have something else to fall back on before I go into the situation, right? Because this is where I want to be, and I feel like I'm being held back, or I feel like I'm not being heard, or I feel like I'm not respected. But this is where I want to be. Do I need to bite my tongue longer? Do I need to have a conversation? Do I need to start looking for another job before I have this conversation? Just kind of weigh your options out in a situation here, okay? Because this looks like it has something to do with your career, all right? And then the physical outcome is resulting from the productivity of limits imposed pertaining to your career. Okay, so something is a result of the productivity, and this is why some limits are imposed. Okay, and this has something to do with your career, your 10th house, right? So there's some sort of limits that have been imposed, and it's resulting from the productivity that you have kind of, maybe you have limited yourself on what you're willing to do anymore. And that could be seen as being passive aggressive, right? Maybe you feel limited in your position of what you can do, and you feel kind of held back. So this is, again, your perception versus other people's perspective, okay? And you really taking the time to take the step back to kind of just look through all this stuff with a clear head, with removing the emotions, which can be hard to do as a Pisces, but really making sure that you're being fair to yourself and you're being fair when it comes to others, and you're not, putting yourself in a situation where you lose something that you really need before you have something else set up, okay? All right, and if this is in a relationship, maybe you don't want to kind of end something so quickly based on emotions, when instead of saying, I just need a little bit of time to kind of think through some things, right? So I really feel like you're going to figure this out, though, second decan Pisces. You're really going to take the time to figure some things out. I feel like you're going to have to be patient with the process, because you're closer to achieving your goals than what you think, okay? And you don't want all of that work that you put into something to be in vain, because you just kind of feel like now you done lost it, and what was the purpose, okay? All right, so, all right, that is the end of your reading. I hope you really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Please hit that like, share, subscribe button. Feel free to leave a comment in the comment section pertaining to these readings. And again, I will be doing, like I said, with the first decan Pisces, I will be doing the other zodiac signs during their seasons, okay? So if you are not subscribed to the Star Spark channel, you may want to subscribe, and so you can check out those readings when their seasons come up. So if you know your natal chart, or if you're in a relationship or have a parent, child, sibling, friend, co-worker, whatever, you kind of want to spy on their readings, feel free to do that on that side, okay? Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm sending you so much love and light, and I'll see you in the third decan reading if you choose to watch that, okay? Talk with you later. Greetings, third decan Pisces. Okay, last but not least, so I would have put this reading out a lot earlier. If you looked at the two other decan readings, you can see that they're pretty long. But during the second decan reading, we had a power outage, okay? So it got really dark, and I couldn't finish your reading. So I had to wait, and then I had to go to work. I had to go to work, and then, I had to find the time to do your reading too. So it would have been put out about 2 days ago, but it was like a snowball effect. But we're here now, so let's get into a third decan reading for the collective sign of my Pisces, okay? So first and second decan Pisces, you may be kind of checking out this part too. All right, so Pisces, I'm using a number of oracle cards for your reading, okay? I'm using a number of the oracle cards, okay? And these are just from different oracle decks. So this 12th house, these two are from the same oracle deck. This is 12th house introspection, because you rule the 12th house in Pisces. And Pisces, this says sensitized, meaning that you feel a lot. You feel things on a deeper level with you being a Pisces and being that mutable sign, right? And these are some beautiful colors here. And in the old three decan readings, I used to speak on what the colors mean and things like that, and maybe I'll go back to those readings and kind of just put that in the description box for those who would like to know, okay, what some of these colors in the cards mean. But let's go ahead and read on So for this card, I'm going to use this deck here. And I'm going to read on the Pisces. So for the 12th house, as you can see, the number 12 is there. For the 12th house, it says, your inner self, dreams, secrets, the past, subconscious, and karma. So those are the things that you rule. So a lot of times when Pisces readings come out, a lot of things about the past come up. It could be past life situations. It could be something that happened a week ago or something that happened 10 years ago, okay? But this also has a lot to do with your subconscious energy too, okay? What you're, like the shadow side, what you're, you know, what you're kind of, it's always there, even if you haven't quite noticed it yet, all right? Also, Pisces, third decan Pisces, you're connected to karma, okay? You can beat people's karma. Sometimes people will be saying you get your karma in this life, but a lot of this is based on people's actions, okay? All right, so let's get into what it says about you for Pisces. Let's see. Okay. And Pisces, you are a mutable sign. And third decan Pisces, you're born between March the 11th and March the 20th, okay? All right, so your mutable sign and your key phrase is, I believe. The intuitive energy of water flows and flows and flows through the changeableness of the mutable quality. There is creativity and psychic insights available, probably hidden in plain sight. The key phrase, I believe, means that you do believe that the answers are out there and that you, by paying attention as only you can, will find them. In this situation, asks, how can I tap into the compassionate heart of the universe? Listen and see with your heart. Pisces energy is very aware of the unseen currents in the world, including the emotions of others. This can be overwhelming. Employ simple energetic protection techniques and avoid destruction, escapism, okay? So what they mean by that destruction, escapism is drugs or alcohol, and really protect your energy, since you can really connect to the energetic pool of other people. Sometimes, especially if you're an empath, you'll walk into a room and you immediately can read the room. You can feel what other people are feeling regardless of what they're saying out their mouth, okay? You're very good with that. And maybe you've gotten to the point in your life where you realize that speaking on it doesn't even do you any justice, because sometimes they'll completely deny it, even though their actions confirm that you were right in what your observation was, okay? All right, so let's get into what the other Pisces in 12th house card is saying. And aren't these beautiful colors here? You have your red, your gold, your pink, your green, everything, okay? So I think I will be going back to the other Three Decan reading Pisces and pulling that information from, like, the colors and stuff. All right, so let's see what this Pisces card is, because that's a more concise version of the Pisces reading, where this is a little more complex, okay? All right. So the symbol for Pisces is two fish, usually swimming in the opposite direction. Pisces rules the feet and resonates with wetlands, streams, and ponds. Ruled by expansive Jupiter in traditional astrology and by intuitive Neptune in modern astrology, mutable water sign Pisces calls us to sense our dreams and intuitive perceptions for the trickles and streams of understanding. The sun shines in Pisces from February the 20th till March the 20th. Pisces asks us to swim in the ambient pool of emotions, to be moved by the compassionate action. With Pisces, think of a vast watery landscape with streams meandering over fields, through ponds and swamps, where the different elements and diverse species flow together in one settled, boundaryless, and fertile landscape. Appreciate all the diverse voices in the situation and take them as tributaries to your river. This complex ecology has so much more to say and is so much more robust than any simple monoculture. The situation you are facing is also subtle and complex, but that is its strength. This moment calls for finer perceptions, a more sensitive microphone. Be as aware of other people's feelings as you are of your own, but know whose feelings are whose. Track carefully what you soak up from others and what is true and what is true to your own wellspring. Meaning that you know where your emotions and their emotions begin, okay? As an empath, that can be very hard. And as you get older, you start to master it a little more, but in your youth, it can get you in a lot of unnecessary trouble because you start to absorb and take on other people's problems that really you shouldn't be in, or you get so emotionally attached to things that you will try to solve people problems. And then if things don't work out, you get blamed for it, or it really doesn't teach them how to really solve their problems, okay? Learn to honor a twin perception that we are both individual selves with our own work to do, and that our selves are embedded in the body of creation. Healthy boundaries helps us to do our individual work. Spiritual practice can help us shift our perception from the cell mind to our role in the body of the one. The challenges with Pisces is permeability can leave you lost in a swamp, and for us wondering whether your sadness is your own or if it has been sponged up from your surroundings. Empathize with others, but don't try to carry everyone else's pain for them and double the burden. That's what I was just speaking on. Sometimes Pisces are known to do that. You will empathize with other people, but it's like it goes so much deeper because you'll go into it's almost as if what happened to them actually happened to you. You won't know how to empathize with them. You'll just literally take on all of their pain. And and then the next thing you know, you're dealing with your own things in life, but now you're dealing with theirs too. So it's like you just doubled your burden. Okay. So the good gift with being a Pisces is tune into a healthy ecosystem with Pisces sensitive perception. We are all cells in the body of the one. Healthy individuals contribute to the health of the whole, meaning that you can have your contributions to the whole group, your whole family, your whole community, the whole one, meaning the divine, right? Without losing your individuality. So I'll read on that with the 12th house, okay? Meaning introspection. If your chart were a village map, the 12th house would be a quiet place. The sun is in the 12th house just after sunrise, a time for prayer and meditation, for dreaming our deepest dreams. The 12th house is your inner child's world, containing both the fairyland into which you might escape and the monsters that live underneath your bed. Introspect. The situation is complex, so learn that what's going on behind the scenes before you act. Look for private motives, hidden enemies, and surprise angels. Take time alone to develop an idea or listen within. The 12th house speaks of both who you are when no one's looking and the fact that your fate is inextricably linked to every other sentient being. Work with this metaphor. We are all cells in the body of the divine. It's essential that you take care of yourself, your individual self, and honor who you are. But you also must acknowledge that you'll work within an organism, meaning your family and culture, which operates within the body of all creation. Meaning that even though you work within a group you may be on a team at your job, or you are part of your family, or you're doing something in a community. Maybe you're with a group, you're volunteering in a group. Everyone has their own gift to bring to that. And once you know what your strong points are and your weak points are, then you know what you had to offer, right? And this is you not getting lost in someone else's weak points, like taking on their weak points as if they were your own. It's okay to empathize with people, but sort of let them figure things out themselves in this life, because that builds their character. It builds their survival skills too, just like with you. And this is you knowing how to set healthy boundaries, but still being that listening ear or support system sometimes, but also knowing, again, like I said, how to set healthy boundaries so you're not taking on the brunt of their emotions and then carrying those burdens with your own burdens. Okay. All right. Both realities are clear and true. You do exist independently, and you are a part of the collective. It's just a perspective shift. It's impractical to get lost in oneness, whether in spiritual bliss or over-identification with your group, and neglect your individual health. But it can be spiritually painful to feel stuck in the isolated single-cell mindset. Spiritual practice can help you find a healthy midpoint between the disconnected, lonely state and a state of connection to one another, to a cause, or to the divine. Grounding helps you return to your personal path. Now, the challenge with the 12th house is it can be hard to find a healthy place between feeling subsumed by a group and dwelling in stunted isolation. The 12th house asks you to face your fears. So it can be on either side, Pisces. Either you could feel like your growth has been stunted because you are connected to a group and you have sort of lost your individuality, or you have not found it yet. It hasn't really developed yet. Maybe even as a kid, you never were really taught your own gifts and who you were. You had to go out in this world and kind of find them through trials and tribulations, okay? Which can be the hardest lesson around, okay? Or you may be the type where you know what your gifts are, and maybe you're just not using them the right way because you're kind of manipulating things where you can just get it all for yourself. It is not really beneficial to the group overall, okay? So there's some sort of even balance that you need to find, or something like that, okay? And some sort of healthy balance in the situation, okay? Now, the gift with this is, being in the 12th house, is in quiet moments of prayer, meditation, and creative bliss, feel that deep connection to the source and know you are not alone, okay? So sometimes with you fighting for your individuality, when I think of this, I think of a school of fish, you know, where one person looks like the other. It's so many people, and I mean, it could be the physical looking like someone, but it also can be in character, you know, where if you think about this, remember, you know, that word herd mentality, where you notice like everybody's just kind of saying the same thing, doing the same thing, acting the same way. And then when you have that one person who challenges the status quo, they could be seen as a difficult person, or a black sheep, or a problem, okay? So this could be you trying to fight for your individuality, but still keeping a healthy balance where you're not seen as someone who's just trying to be a radical. You're not trying to be a Cancer to the group. You're just trying to find your individuality and grow within the group, but still know your gifts so you know what you bring to the table, okay, without feeling lost. So that can be a challenge for Pisces at times. Let's move on to the fact that you're a water sign, okay? And you're also a mutable sign, and you share this mutable energy with Gemini, Virgo, as well as Sagittarius, okay? And at the end, so mutable signs are known, like how cardinal signs are the beginning of the seasons, and fixed signs are sort of like in the middle of the seasons. Well, mutable signs are at the end of each season. So if you think, so to put a little bit of clarification to what I mean is, Pisces, you're at the end of winter. Gemini is at the end of spring. Virgo is at the end of summer. Sagittarius is at the end of fall, okay? So Pisces, with that, the mutable signs are the kind of signs that you're the editors, okay, of the zodiac signs, meaning that what all the other zodiac signs bring to you, you can perfect, you can find, you can sort of see beyond what's on the surface and kind of dig a little deeper to perfect it and make it better, to make it presentable for the world. Now, in your youth, you're going to see some things, right? You're going to notice some things. Maybe you have people who bring you ideas like, oh, they bounce out, oh, I was doing this and I was doing that. Or they may say something in general conversation. You say, oh, I would have handled it like this, or I would have said that. And it's something that may be very simple to you, but it's so profound to them that the next thing you know, they start using your words or start using those quotes. Now, they'll never say, oh, Pisces, the first time I heard that from Pisces. Or, you know, and then the next thing, you know, people are like, yeah, that is so true. Oh my God, you are so on point. You're so smart. And they're just getting all of these accolades, and you're sitting there in the shadows like, yeah, I'm the one who gave them that idea. And not saying that you have to be there, because we're all beings. So we all kind of like get energy and ideas and things from each other. Not saying that, but it can be a little disheartening when you keep seeing that happen over and over again. And people keep getting credit and recognition for things of all of your hard work or your ideas. So Pisces, you're the editors of the zodiac. Now, the only thing is too, by you being an empath, you can walk into a room and you can get people's feelings unstuck, okay? Meaning that something may seem like it's just flowing in a certain way. Now, just because something has been a certain way don't mean that it's been the right way. You will come in with a mirror. Pisces is that karmic energy. You will come in with a mirror. As a mutable sign, you know how to adapt to certain situations. But as an adaptable sign, as you get older, you're not willing to adapt to the BS. And that can make people feelings become unstuck because they're used to everyone going along with the status quo. No one is ruffling any feathers. No one is moving things around or challenging anything, right? And then here you come with saying, well, I don't quite agree with that, or why is it that way? You know, when no one else decided to question it, everybody just kind of went along. Now, that could be seen as being difficult, or you're challenging authority, or that could be seen as and then God forbid, you know, the narcissist in the group is running the group, and everybody's just like hanging off their every word, and they've gotten all of this attention, and everybody thinks that every idea they come up with is right, and every perception they have of people is just spot on and correct. And then here you come and you notice this about them, and you know that they're more toxic and manipulative than what people can see. But you don't say anything. It's just that your actions of not being drawn to them and constantly giving them accolades could be seen as a threat to them. You know, they're like, why isn't this person, singing my praises and kissing my feet and, jumping through hoops like everyone else has. That's just the way it's been. And it doesn't, no one else challenges me. That's the way it's been. That's the way it's always going to be. Who are you not to fit in with the rest of the group that's kissing my behind and singing my praises? I don't care how toxic I am. I don't care how wrong I am. Pisces, how dare you not go along to get along, okay? So, and you may have not even said a word. You may just be observing some things where you're like, well, I'll just kind of keep my distance. Just in your silence, you're creating a ruckus, not realizing it, right? And this could be, like I said, you're the zodiac sign with the Pisces. You get people's feelings unstuck, and that could be detrimental to them because maybe they were comfortable in chaos, and here you come saying this isn't a normal environment. This is not the way things really should be. You all don't see this. So this is where a Sagittarius, they can get projects unstuck and move forward. They're known to do that. You get people's emotions unstuck. And sometimes people don't want those emotions unstuck. They're comfortable wearing those rose colors glasses and keeping the mirror covered up. And here you come with a mirror shining bright, knocking off everyone's rose-colored glasses for them to see the truth. And it pisses people off sometimes, Pisces, without you even realizing it. Sometimes it's just through your presence. It's just through your silence. It's just through the fact that you asked the question of why are things this way, okay? Now, getting back into that, you being the editor as a mutable sign, this is like, if you think about it, since you are the sort of like the finisher of winter, right? When you think about it, during the winter months, you got the snow that's covering the ground in some areas, or you had the leaves that are covering the ground, and everything underneath the ground is sort of like, hunkered down in there. It's nice and warm. It's had time to sort of hibernate, right? From the animals to the trees to the flowers to everything, it's had a moment to sort of hibernate and have those roots dug really deep into the ground to keep them secure. So when the wind blows or, whatever happens, they're there, they're locked in, right? And they're taking all this nutrients that they need to sustain them through the harsher months. And that's what you're doing in different areas of your life, whether this is in your friendship groups, you're editing people. And when they get out there for prime time, they look like they've done all the hard work themselves. Once in a while, you'll get credit for it as a ghostwriter. You'll get credit for a motivation to be their motivation. You'll get credit to be their financial advisor. You'll get credit for their life coach. And then other times you won't get credit at all. You'll be labeled as the hater, the bitter person, the jealous person, because you've called them out because they've stolen a lot of your ideas. So you're going to see, as you get older, you're going to start to see some Pisces become more reclusive because they don't want to be in the company of constantly being burned over and over again, like they did in their youth. Okay. So these are times when you're going to start to notice how you can edit things, but you're going to start, as you start to get older, you'll start to apply that more to your own life. Okay. And that's where that not knowing how to set healthy boundaries can come in. If you're in a group, you're just giving all these great ideas away. People are using them to build themselves up, and then you're left with nothing. No credit for it, nothing. Now, in a healthy group, don't get it twisted, a healthy group, a group that is really for you, supportive, loving, they're going to give you credit for, like, oh, with Pisces, I told them this and they took it to a whole nother level and they showed me something I didn't even think about. They, opened my mind up to something I didn't even think about. And so, so people will not only look at them, but they'll also look at you in a very good way. So that's healthy communication, healthy dialogue, healthy, relationships within a community, a group, one, right? And so, and this could also be some sort of work life that you're in. Like I said, you know, if you're a ghostwriter for someone, you're getting credit, but you're getting credit behind the scenes. You're getting the pay, your proper pay for it, even if someone else is in the spotlight getting the public recognition or something. If you are a motivational coach, a life coach for someone, maybe you all have signed a contract where you're doing this behind the scenes and they're out there and they look great and they're doing great things. Or maybe this is someone who do want to put you on the map and say, this person really kind of have been that person that kind of helped me through some things. Now, Pisces, third decan Pisces, what I also will say is you're going to notice that people, if they steal something from you, they're going to say this. Well, this Pisces couldn't even get their life together. So how in the world could they give good advice to me? Now, this could be people who, once they stole your ideas, tried to sabotage things in your life, and all people see is you constantly trying to overcome something. So how could you possibly be this person who has these great ideas and you help someone else navigate their way through life when you seem to keep facing all of these challenges? So you're going to see certain things in your youth, and as you get older, kind of pull back on, you know, being so sharing, open, and with groups. Okay, you're going to start to be very selective when you notice that you do something but you don't get accolades, and you see, then that probably be the last time that you do it, when you see other people taking credit for your work. Whereas in your youth, it may have taken you doing it over and over again and not realizing that your ideas are being stolen from you or something like that, or some sort of gifts are being stolen from you. But as you get older, then when you see people, you go into a healthier group and you see people, or a healthier friendship or family connection or something, work life, and you see people willing to give you your accolades for your ideas, your contribution in some way, then you don't mind sharing more. You don't mind being more transparent and open, because you see there is honesty and trust built there, right? All right, so that's what that mutable energy is about, Pisces. Because like I said, during the winter months, you're doing all the editing and all the hard work. So the spring comes, that April energy comes, and everybody see all the flowers and they see the bloom and they see how beautiful everything is. But they don't think about all that had to go in there during those Pisces hunkering down, hibernation, hard work, editing seasons. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of times Pisces do become frustrated because they get tired of everyone getting the shine that they put in and not getting the accolades. So as you get older, you start to learn to kind of keep more for yourself and build yourself up before you build others up. And that's not a selfish thing to do. That's just you learning that if you keep building other people up and taking from yourself, then you become more of a cancer to the group, because then it looks like you have nothing to offer. But then that means you need to change your group too, because a group that really loves you, respects you, and cherishes you, they're going to give back just as much as they took from you. Okay. All right. So, and there's not going to be a whole bunch of lies and all of that stuff that you got to go through. You'll see the difference as you get older. But let's get into these cards right now. When the reading began, if you want to go back, you can look at what the waxing moon represents, what the gibbous moon represents, and what the crescent moon and the crescent and the gibbous moon and the waxing and the waning moon, what they all represent. So you can go back, and I'll just read this here. It says, with the waxing crescent moon, have faith in your dreams. The gibbous moon, you're very close to achieving your goal. The waxing moon, the energy is gaining momentum. A full moon, I'm going to read on that one. And the waning moon is, what do you need to release? Okay, so those are some things that you may want to, those are just quotes or questions you may need to want to ask yourself around this time, because with your birthday coming up, Pisces, third decan Pisces, from the 11th of March to the 20th of March, you'll be in that waxing gibbous moon, but the waxing gibbous moon in Leo. Okay, so that's how you'll be starting out your birthday week. Okay, and then it moves from Leo into Virgo, and then we hit a full moon in Virgo. And I have this card here, you are good enough, and I'll read on that. And what the full moon represents, it says surrender to the divine. And if you want to know what the waxing and the waning moons are about, go just look at the beginning of the video. If you go back and look at that, you'll see. And then after that full moon, and that's actually a lunar eclipse moon that we're having on around March the 14th in Virgo. We go into that waning gibbous energy where we're leaving out of the waxing gibbous energy and moving into the waning gibbous energy. And we'll be in that energy up until the 20th. And so that'll be through Libra, Scorpio, and Sagittarius. And you'll be finishing out your birthday in that Sagittarius energy, you know, exploring a number of things and things being up and down and knowing what to keep to yourself and then what to release. Okay, maybe you'll be moving more into a project that's sort of finishing up, but you're still keeping a few things to yourself. Okay, but let's read on what this full moon in Virgo is coming up. It'll be coming up and what the full moon energy is all about. So you are good enough. Some of you all will be needing that motivation around that time, like I said, around March the 14th. It's time to be really honest with yourself and understand what leads you to ask your question. Have you been humble to the point of being self-effacing? Meaning that you have been humble to the point where you've your face doesn't matter, your voice doesn't matter. People are just assuming that, taking things from you, or that you bring no value to the table because you don't stir things up or you're not passionate about anything. You're just kind of going along and not wanting to ruffle any feathers and, you know, things like that. Okay. Humility is a good thing. Humility is good, but it can go too far. And drawing this card suggests you may be underrating yourself. You don't have to be a flash, just quietly certain that you are good enough. At the other end of the scale, you also need to honestly answer this question. Have you been too picky? The full moon in Virgo card needs some truthful answers. Once you've given them, it should be easier to see how you got where you are. Your next step should then be more obvious to you. Pay attention to the details. Hard work brings results. So, Third Decan Pisces, I need you to say, find a balance between the cosmic and the mundane in your daily life. This is what you're going to do. You're going to find an even balance between the cosmic and the mundane in your daily life, meaning things that are really big, out of this world, sort of kind of up in the air, kind of like how they say Virgo and Pisces are opposite signs, you know, in that exploration energy, you know, using your imagination. But then also in some mundane things in your life, meaning like the regular routine of what you do, things that may not just be so fun, you know, they're just kind of like what you do day in, day out. You're really focused on certain things. And it's a part of your daily routine, okay? Now, the messages with this card is worrying too much will attract more things to worry about. Have you been overly critical? An apology may be in order. Stop second guessing yourself. Raise your karma by doing something good for someone else. The full moon in Virgo is a time to declutter your life, your home, and your office. It's a time to sort what's good in your life from what's not serving you. It's also the time to clear out your energies via salt baths and meditation, and to practice getting more grounded by walking barefoot. No matter when you draw this card, it's a reminder that any time is a good time to start living a healthier life, okay? So And then let's look into that full moon energy. Full moon eclipse. And just like that, a door slams shut. If you pull this card, it suggests that the situation you're asking about is about to reach a peak or has just done so. And things are now out of your hands. What you're experiencing now is what your soul signed up for, a way for you to learn and for your soul to evolve. So allow events to unfold and be easy on yourself. If you're letting go of someone or something, know that it's the right time, as hard as it may be. Forgiving someone for what they did could be key to resolving this situation in a positive way. It doesn't make right what they did, but it releases it so you can move on. So the thing that I need you to say, Pisces, is that which is meant for me will not pass me by. Okay? So the doors which slam shut now will not reopen. It's time for you to get back on track. Forgiveness will set you free of karma. Meditation, pranayama, and yoga, nidra, are all recommended now. Steady control and let events unfold. Full moons are nearly always about climaxes and very often about conclusions. Full moon eclipses are the same, but on steroids. A full moon eclipse can be hard to handle because it portends change, something many of us are uncomfortable with. But change is a part of life, and this card, no matter when you pull it, reminds you of that fact. Full moon eclipses can also give you a glimpse into what Carl Jung called the shadow self. Work with your darkness. Okay? All right, so now during that time, you could just be going through some things, and I'm gonna pull some tarot cards. I'm gonna get into some of these gemstones that are good for your zodiac sign, okay? For you as the third decan, okay? And I'm not gonna read on all of them. I'm just gonna kind of give you an idea of what this is. So we have the amethyst stone here. This is one of the stones that are really good. This helps with like getting downloads. It's connected to your crown chakra, but you do have to be careful with using this because the stone can also put you in a state of depression because you're focused so much on the past, okay, and what happened in the past and not really being able to let go of it. Now this moonstone here, and it sort of has like this fluorescent glow if you move it a little bit. But this moonstone here is connected to your second chakra. That's connected to your sacral chakra, okay? And that's connected to what, how you feel. It's really deeply connected to your feelings, okay? How you feel about a situation, your emotions, all right? Now, you also have the sapphire that's connected to you as a third decan. Pisces, and this is connected to your heart chakra, okay? So, and then you have the pink quartz, which is a pinkish color, which is also connected to your sacral chakra and how you feel, okay? These are things that make you feel happy when people want to deal with love, you know, things like that, bring love into a situation, or things that some people use pink quartz or pink candles or something, okay? All right, now also, there is a, what is this? Sarimar stone, and this is connected to your crown chakra here. So let me see something. I'm sorry. This Larimar, not Sarimar, but Larimar. It's connected to your crown chakra, okay? So this has a lot also to do with, it's connected to your third eye chakra. So this has a lot to do with you supporting your psychic abilities, okay? How you see things. If you're trying to get a deeper understanding of your downloads using that amethyst stone and actually visualizing what you want, where you want to be, how you want things to turn out for you, visualizing yourself in a new job or a better position in your current job, or visualizing yourself in your new home, a home ownership, being debt free, financially free, or something like that, purchasing a new car, going on a vacation, having better relationships with people in your life. This is a good stone to use for visualization, okay? For like manifesting those downloads that you get, clearing out the bad energy with that amethyst stone, the bad memories, and then really focused on the good, okay? Sort of like detoxing and cluttering things. And the sapphire helps with your heart, where, you know, it's kind of opening up your heart chakra, where you're not so focused on the pain and you're letting the pain go, so you can get that good karma flowing into your life, okay? Also, the lapis lazuli stone is here, and if you can see, it's like a bluish white gray color here. This is also connected to your third eye chakra. So this is another stone that really connects to you seeing what's right, what's clear, what you need to focus on, okay? All right, and then the last stone here is this sodalite stone, okay? And this is connected to your throat chakra, how you communicate. So actually, third decan Pisces, you have more gemstones connected to your sign than, or to your decan than the other two decans, okay? So this is connected to almost all of this is like your solar plexus chakra, your crown chakra, your throat chakra, your third eye chakra, your heart chakra, okay? So it's connected to more of your chakras than the other two decans. So this is you being in that energy of trying to have more control, or having a little more options to reach out there. Not saying that the other decans don't, but you do have you know, just some options that you can use to kind of get yourself in that energy of working through whatever you need to work through when it comes to your crown chakra, connecting to the divine, getting downloads, using your heart chakra to clear out negative energy and be open to love and forgiveness, using your throat chakra to speak positivity over your life, over other situations in your life, using your third eye chakra to visualize where you want to be and connect with future energy there, psychic energy, your psychic abilities, as well as your solar plexus chakra to delve deep into your emotions, okay, of what you really feel in situations about people, places, or things. How does your body react to when you come in contact with certain people? Because your body will let you know. Your body recognizes those spirits, those energies, sometimes before your eyes do, your conscious eyes, okay? All right, well, not sometimes, but all the time. Okay, so I'm going to put these up just because I need them out the way for right now while I'm doing your other readings. Okay, so Pisces, let's get into what planets are ruling your, as a third decan Pisces, what planets are your ruling planets. And we have Mars here. And Mars rules your first chakra, okay? Your root chakra. And we have Pluto here as well. And this represents rebirth, whereas Mars represents that motion, fast moving energy, okay? All right, so you're connected to the third and second chakra, the solar plexus chakra, The energy of the solar plexus chakra helps us to realize who we are and who we want to be so we can set a course towards our goals, okay? And then the second chakra, the energy of the sacral chakra, helps us to navigate our lives through our emotions and supports our ability to enjoy the sensual world. So I completely understand why you're connected to two chakras. Some of you all have a second life path. Some of you all have a number 3 life path, okay? Or 2 life path or a number 3 life path. But this is the second chakra, like I said, it's connected to your feelings, and that's where I was saying like the moonstone comes in at and things like that. Now, the third chakra, your solar plexus chakra, represents, that's that energy that kind of puts me in that Mars energy of it helps you to realize who you are and where you want to be, because Mars is a motion planet, okay? So this is kind of helping you, that solar plexus chakra kind of helps you get to where you want to be in life, right? But let's read on these planets, and I wanted to show you how beautiful the illustrations are and the difference pertaining to the oracle cards, okay? All right, but we're going to use this one here. Mars, a mythological god of war and the traditional ruler of Aries and Scorpio, speaks of independence, enterprise, and willingness. Add aggression, passion, and defenses, including your body's defenses, such as your immune system. Mars takes 1.9 Earth years to go around the zodiac. So your terrible twos, when you learn to say no and yes and demand things, was the expression of your first Mars return, okay? So what that means is like the 1.9, almost 2 years old. You know how they say the terrible twos with kids or something like that. And this is like that when you learn to say no or yes and demand things, okay? Kind of learning your independence, right? Mars urges you to take action, any action, but this can get you in trouble. Jump into motion, but stay in the driver's seat and think through the consequences of your moves. Mars is raw energy, and like the motor of a fine sports car, it can take you far if you add wisdom and guidance. Mars wants you to develop your strength and bravery. So work out and develop muscles or rescue the proverbial underdog. Boldly go where you have not gone before and passionately dive into your life. Mars loans you the competitive edge to obtain a fiercely desired goal and teaches you that for your yes to truly mean yes, your no needs to be respected. Know what you want and don't want, and be aware of those desires in the people around you. Learn to fight and fight fairly. Stand your ground with grace and compete against your own personal best. If you are in a difficult situation, it could take real strength and willpower to transform or escape. You may need to dig in your heels so you are not pushed around, or pull out your sword to draw a clear line in the sand. Do what needs to be done. Just make sure it's the right thing. The challenge with this Mars energy here is domineering, willfulness, misuse of sexuality, anger, belligerence, and warlike mentality are the shadow side of Mars. Break the momentum if your situation heads downhill. Stop for a moment and think through your next move. The beauty, the gift with this card is the higher note of Mars energy manifests as a divine guardian, your potent inner first responder who is ready to be the hero in a dangerous situation and protect you and yours, okay? So there's good and bad with, not necessarily bad, but challenges with this Mars energy, because Sometimes with the being the third decan Pisces, who's the closest to Aries, and as it says, Mars is the ruler of Aries and Scorpio, but you're on that, some of you all are on that cusp of Aries energy. You can go into that, you know, sometimes you can misuse sexuality like that Scorpio energy, or be angry or belligerent or warlike even in that Aries energy. Okay, so but this is also you seeing the good side of how to use that, like standing up for yourself, standing up for your loved ones, and being the hero when you see that danger is in the situation. So it's finding that fine balance. And that comes with time and maturity. That's what it really is about, okay? When you're young, sometimes you just like are going off of emotions and not thinking first. But when you get older, you think about the consequences of your past actions. And so you start to kind of, you know, edit your behavior a little more and kind of be a little more understanding when it comes to other people and their faults and things like that, right? So you start to learn a little more about your anger and how you can use your power for when it's needed, okay? All right, so then let's look at this Pluto rebirth energy. And these are the two Pluto cards here. And this is the different illustration with both of them, since it's two different oracle decks, okay? All right. So let's see. Pluto is the modern ruler of Scorpio and is powerful and is a powerful planetoid that takes 248 years to traverse the zodiac. Pluto and Chiron, the largest of its 5 moons, circle each other and create a binary system. Most myths connected to Pluto, god of the underworld, have 2 major characters: the one who descends into the underworld to return reborn, and the one who either sends souls down to the underworld or greets them on arrival. From Pluto and Proserpina to Seth and Osiris and Inanna and Ereshkigal, both sides of these myths, the use and abuse of power and willingness to be reborn again into their empowered divine self, describe Pluto's influence. Pluto was also lord of mining, retrieving valuables from deep within the earth, like gold miners or coal miners, okay? Pluto calls for 3 actions. First, to dig deep. Second, to be willing to transform. And third, to use your power wisely. Pluto calls you to drill down deep, dig up what is worthy, and bring it to the surface. Then rinse away the dirt and uncover the gold. Bring up riches whenever you dig deep into your soul's work. Notice obsessions and neuroses. These signs of stress must be listened to and healed, but don't allow them to control you. Pluto reminds you that you cannot hold on to the past, but you can take care of yourself. To begin this work, you may have to let go of an old form, as a caterpillar must become a butterfly. Mourn what you've left behind, then get curious about what is about to arrive. Examine the power dynamics of the situation. Neither give yours away nor misuse your power over others. Step out of a powerful struggle and into self-empowerment. The challenge with this Pluto energy is Pluto's shadow side can bring up obsessions, depressions, mortality, and grief. Pluto plays hardball. Go get a guide from its realm if needed. The spiritual gift with Pluto is Pluto asks you, in the face of life and death, why are you here? This isn't a rhetorical question. Strip down to these essentials and come back to what really matters to find the answer, okay? So in life, you may be asking, what's the purpose of your life? Why are you really here? Some of you all have experienced some life or death situations, some very serious things that have happened. And maybe in the moments you've asked the divine, God, your angels, like, why am I here? What is my purpose if I'm going through all of this? Maybe you've had to, master your anger, and at times you got angry in situations and there were consequences, right? And so having to deal with those consequences could have been very painful, and asking how did things, when you think about how things turned out, and the anger, maybe there was something that happened sexually. There could have been things that happened, whether people used their power over you or you used your power over people. This is a time for you to really kind of let go of what no longer serves you, put it in its right perspective, and move forward. So you can, and you may feel kind of sad about having to let some things go, some people go, some places go, some memories go, okay? But this is you being excited about what's new, what's to come, right? And also learning to master your emotions and your power, not abusing your power over other people, and not allowing people to abuse their power over you. Let's get into a tarot reading for you. And we're going to do I'm going to pull the cards pertaining to your, the rotation of the moon. Like how I said, when your birthday starts, it's around March the 11th, and we'll have a waxing gibbous moon in Leo, okay? So you have the Three of Cups here. Then moving into that Virgo energy, you have the Seven of Cups, and this is in that full moon lunar eclipse. And remember, I read on that lunar eclipse energy where something is going to be revealed. So this is so telling that something could be confusing to you around that time, or a decision is going to need to be made. Maybe you're trying to see something, the reality of something around that time, the truth. You're trying to focus a lot. Then it's going to move into that Libra energy, which is the King of Cups. So I do feel like you're going to have some sort of good outcome when it comes to what you see. The Three of Cups and the King of Cups are connected to your third eye chakras, whereas the Seven of Cups is connected to your solar plexus chakra, which is actually your third chakra, which is ruling your house, okay? Ruling your third Decan Pisces energy, okay? Or it's connected to it. And then you have the Scorpio energy, which is the Ace of Swords here, right? So again, there could be some sort of new ideas or plans that need to come into play here. And then again, you'll be moving from that, finishing out your birthday in that Sagittarius energy. And then we have the Hierophant here, okay? So maybe you're dealing with marriage, traditional things, government, some sort of leadership situation here. Conforming to something, being committed to a situation, or just really dealing with what you believe, okay? You're exploring a number of things. This could be spirituality. This could be maybe government contracts, or working in a government place or something like that. This could be getting key information. Maybe you're being entrusted with some key information around this time. Or somebody who can open doors for you, maybe coming in contact with somebody around that time. This is because this could have something to do with social groups or sharing knowledge. And this could also have something to do with education and your beliefs, your belief system, your religious belief, your spiritual beliefs, and things like that, okay? But this could also be connected to your work life. With this second house in Taurus, okay, or what you really invest in. So let's just really look at the first, this first waxing gibbous moon in Leo type energy. Around this time, you could be celebrating with your friends, or going to parties, or socializing, or having some sort of gathering. Maybe you're indulging in food and drinks and things like that, and just you know, really, this could be weddings, it could be engagements, it may be a baby shower, graduation, or just some happy times with you and some people really getting together. And maybe sharing a lot of information. Maybe you have significant Leo placement, or the spotlight could just be on you and your friends around this time, or there could just be some focus on some really happier times. And again, this could be around your birthday, just because it's birthday. People are singing happy birthday with you, and things like that. That could definitely be that situation now. With the Seven of Cups moving into that Virgo energy, that lunar eclipse full moon, something is going to come, something that was sort of, all of these choices, this, you know, multiple possibilities and lots of options. This is kind of like you hesitating to pick or choose in a situation here. There could be some sort of procrastination. Maybe you're unclear with this Neptune energy, with it ruling the seven of cups type energy. Maybe you're unclear about what's fantasy and what's real. Okay, this is like that wishful thinking card, that Seven of Cups here, you know, and hallucinations. And, you know, maybe you're meditating and trying to see something in a different way. Like I said, your solar plexus chakra, it helps you to realize who you are and what you want to be, so you can kind of set course to get there. Okay, so like I said, in that Virgo energy, maybe you were confused about some things, and now you're really starting to kind of focus more on where you need to go, what you need to do, how you where you want to be, and kind of like plan some things to get there, right? You also could have like a premonition dream around that time, something that is kind of leading you into a space of where you should be, how you should be getting somewhere, or what you should be doing. And then leaving out of that lunar eclipse energy, because this is like a choice has to be made. It's like you can't kind of tinker between things anymore. A choice is going to have to be made around the Seven of Cups energy, around that full moon and lunar eclipse. You're going to have to, something is going to be revealed to you you won't be able to just sit there and be like, well, I don't know. You're going to have to make a choice in a situation here, okay? And then with the King of Cups, this is that Pisces energy. This is that Libra energy. So there's something about the relationships in your life, okay? And this is that waning. So moving where this is more around that waxing gibbous energy, this is that waning gibbous energy, okay? So with this waning gibbous energy being in that King of Cups with the Pisces third eye type energy, this is you know, having a wealth of knowledge, okay? Being a very caring and trusting type person who gives good advice. And this could be with your friends in that Libra energy. This is like, or your community, or just people. Maybe it's people on your job. Maybe it's people in your family or something like that. But this is a person a masculine energy, who's really in touch with your emotional life. So even if you're a man, you're in touch with your emotions. You're not one of those people who always try to hide your emotions, or just, okay, I'm a man, so I can't show any emotion for anything, you know. If you're a woman and you have, maybe this in your career, you're working around a lot of masculine energies, but you bring that feminine energy, that feminine touch of understanding and wisdom to a situation, okay? This is like you understanding your unconscious motives, okay? So there's something that's really deep about this. This is a mature person, you know, that you've grown into, and you're also going to be seen as a good friend to have, and as well as an emotional stable person as well, okay? All right, so, but I feel like there's going to be some sort of choice that you're going to make that's going to put you in an environment or around people where who you are is really going to be showcased, okay? So again, maybe you did some things in your youth where you had to deal with the consequences of it, but this is going to show your level of maturity now, right? Okay, so then we're moving into that waning gibbous moon in Scorpio. And this is around between March the 17th and March the 19th, okay? And this is that Ace of Swords energy. You could be dealing with a Gemini, Libra, or an Aquarius, okay? And there could be some sort of power, communication about sexuality. This could be power about how sex was used, or how power is used, or how death was dealt with, or how endings were dealt with. This is like, I feel like there's going to be communication, things that were sort of lying dormant, that may have some sort of rebirth around this time, new ideas, new plans, some sort of victory or breakthrough finally happening with communication in some way, okay? This is clear thinking and being very concise about what you want to say and very clear about what you know. This is like visualizing things. You could be stimulating people, or someone could be stimulating you with conversation around this time as well. And you have a great deal, you have a great ability to concentrate on things too, okay? And this is connected to your crown chakra. So a lot of downloads coming in, like I said, using that, you know, that amethyst card, or that amethyst stone. But a lot of times, like I said, you don't want to get stuck in that amethyst energy, because it could lead to depression, especially if you're bringing up things that happened in the past that weren't pleasant, okay? There could be some sort of communication about that, where you're trying to have some sort of breakthrough around this time, right? And you're thinking very clearly, your memory is good, so don't let anyone try to alter facts, because I feel like you're spot on when it comes to something. And again, you could be communicating with an Aquarius, a Libra, or a Gemini, okay? All right. And now, closing out your week around that, closing out your birthday week with that March 20th energy, the waning gibbous moon will be moving into Sagittarius. And this is you exploring things that have to do with your religion, your spirituality, possibly even your job. You could be working with a religious group or a spiritual group, or just getting a lot of key information. This could even be with law, government, or something like that. Maybe you're dealing with judges or something. But this is also, maybe you're even discussing things that have to do with marriage, like what, you know, traditional things that have to do with your marriage, or maybe why you never got married. Maybe you're discussing that. There's something that I feel like a lot of communication is going to be coming in, but you're going to be entrusted with some information. There are people who are going to come into your life that's going to kind of open your mind, or information that you're going to get that's going to open your mind on what you want to do in this life, whether you want to remain married, or be single, or remain single, or get married, or something like that. And do you want to go down the path that your family went down? Did that work out well for them? Or do you want to do something different? But this is it also, again, some of you all may be getting government contracts where you're given a lot of key information that you may have to keep to yourself, and things like that. Maybe you're coming in contact with government documents or something that you have to keep to yourself, okay? There may, some of these documents could be under lock and key, where you need a code to get into them, or something like that, okay? Or you need a key to get into them, or something, all right? Somebody may be entrusting you with that kind of information around that time. All right, so let's see what else is coming out for you. Let's see what universal and yin and yang messages are coming out for you, as well as some love messages, okay? So I want to start off with the love messages first. Okay. Let's start off with this deck here. What is the message that my Pisces need to know? Okay. This is the love reading. My fantasy. You're my fantasy. I have pictures and videos saved of you, and I use them for inspiration. I want you. So there could be someone who have pictures and videos saved of you, and they use them for inspiration. But this is also someone who desires you. So this could be someone who's sort of pulling on your energy. Third Decan Pisces. Let's see what else they have to say. Or this could be you. Maybe you have pictures or video saved of someone and you are looking at them and you use them to inspire you in some way. This could be someone who you still have, you still want in some way. Let's see what else is coming out. What else does this Pisces need to know? What else does this Pisces need to know? What else does this Pisces need to know? I admire you. So this is someone who admires you. And let's see what else is coming out. Or maybe you admire them. Just put yourself where you belong. Okay? Because these are general. So just put yourself where you belong. Okay, what else does Pisces need to know? What else does Pisces need to know? What else does Pisces need to know? Blessed. I am blessed beyond the measure to share such a powerful divine love with you. I'm so grateful for you, and I give thanks to the divine creator. Embrace your beautiful divinity. You are a precious gift in my life. So some of you all may be getting news of a pregnancy, or this is just birthing an idea. Maybe you even want to start something new with someone. You could be, or someone could be wanting to start something new with you. This could be someone who wants you to have their child, or they just look at you as a blessing in their life. Maybe you see them that way or something like that. Or this, if this is not a child, this could just be a new relationship starting, a new way of communicating, a new way of doing things, okay? Where someone sees you as a precious gift to them, or you may see someone as a precious gift, okay, from the divine. All right, let's see what else is coming out. What is the place that's associated with this love reading? What is a place that's associated with this love reading? What is a place that's associated with this love reading? Casino, gambling, excitement, cards, tables, jackpot moments, betting, and odds. Okay, so this could be someone who you all are going to the casino, or you met them at a casino or something, or this is just you taking a chance on someone, or someone taking a chance on you, and there's a lot of excitement around this this time. Okay, kind of laying out all the cards, you know, taking a chance on someone, feeling like you won the jackpot with the person who you really wanted to be with, you know, and against all odds. Maybe people have said they're not the right person for you, but you feel like they are. Or maybe people have told them you're not the right person for them, but they feel like you are. So there's going to be some sort of, you know, taking the lead in a situation pertaining to you all's love life, okay? And let me put these cards away. And then I'm going to get into a message, a spiritual and yin yang, a universal message, and a yin yang message. Okay. All right. So okay, so the message from the universe. The message from the universe for my Pisces is, this stressful situation is almost coming to an end. We are sending positive energy, financial help, miracles, and life-changing blessings your way. Choice is the most powerful tool you have. Every choice you make shuts some doors, but also opens several doors, bringing new experiences into your life. At any given time, you can change the direction of your life. You are only one choice away. You will soon be surprised and grateful for how everything happened the way that it did, for you to receive better and greater. It's all adding up in your favor. Trust the process and how things are unfolding for you. Okay, so those are your universal messages. Let's look at some yin and yang messages for you. Sun, strength, empowerment. Heart chakra, opening. Compassionate, happiness, truth, reveal. Beautiful energy. I love that. Okay. Pluto. Pluto, your sign. Okay. Letting go, your ruling planet. Death card, endings, resilience, transformation, and power. Okay. And then illusions, confusion, not seeing clearly, escapism, addictions, fantasy. Remember that Seven of Cups came out and I said that? Sort of like this is what that Neptune energy looks like. It's like that illusion energy here. So there's something that I feel like you're going to put an end. You're going to get clarity to a situation, and it's going to give you strength and power to put an end, to let something go. You're going to be resilient through this and transform your situation through using your power the right way, because whatever this is, the illusions, the confusion that you were going through, not seeing something clearly or using something as an escapism, some sort of addictions or fantasies, is about to come to an end. Okay. All right. So that is that. And then we're going to get into your karma cards. How far are we at? Oh, I did good. I did good. The first Decan reading was like 2 hours. I was like, man. So I did good. I'm only an hour and a half in with you all. And then we have to do, I'm going to do the karma cards. But we're going to start off with the actions, and then we're going to move into the outcome, okay? So let's start off with the planets first. For the karma cards for you. And then we're going to move into the signs so we can get a spiritual. With the karma cards, for those who are not familiar with them, you'll get a spiritual action message, you'll get a mental action message, and a physical action message. Then I'll flip the cards over to outcome. You'll get a spiritual outcome, mental outcome, and physical outcome, okay? All right, so I'll also let you know in which planet, which zodiac sign, and which house. All right, so let's go. The planet is Pluto. Pluto is so heavy for you because it came out over there in your reading and here, okay? I mean, with the yin and the yang card, as well as here, okay? In Leo, and again, this is how you're starting out your birthday 2 weeks, your decan in Leo. And the house is the first house. That's that Aries energy, okay? So again, some of you all are moving because you are moving. Some of you are on a cusp. You're on that Pisces Aries cusp, okay? So let's get the spiritual action here. Resurrect leadership immediately. So you're going to start to, you're being encouraged to resurrect some sort of leadership or take charge of something immediately in your life. Don't sit around and being that Seven of Cups energy of procrastination and, you know, getting used to like not wanting to use your power because you're worried about the consequences, or you're constantly fooling yourself by using some sort of like drugs or alcohol as an escapism so you don't have to deal with the reality of something. This is a time when it's time for you to think clearly within that Ace of Swords energy. Think very clearly and resurrect your leadership immediately, okay? So the mental, that's what you're being spiritually encouraged to do. Mentally, the action is get to the heart of the creativeness of the way you project yourself. So get to the heart of things in the creative ways that you like to project yourself. How do you want the world to see you? Okay. And only you know that. So what is it going to take for you to get there? Like I said, with this third chakra energy, the energy of the solar plexus chakra helps us to realize who we are and what we want to be. So we can set a course towards our goals. And this is just speaking on that. Get to the heart of the creativeness in you so you can project yourself out to the world the way you want the world to see you, okay? All right, and living your truth. This is you living in your truth, wherever that may be for you, okay? And then the physical action is do or die. You must do what you want to and do it on your own, all right? So this is you not letting the real you, who you are at your core, die out just to appease the whole group. Remember when I said in the beginning, being a Pisces in that 12th house, sometimes you can lose your identity being in a whole group just so you can go along to get along, and before you know it, your star has died out because you weren't living in your truth and doing what you were actually put here to do, okay? Still being a part of the group, still being a part of the whole, but knowing who you are and being true to that. So you must do what you want to and do it on your own. That's where that individuality comes in, because again, you don't want to be in that energy where you're just like, oh, okay, well, everybody else is doing it, so I guess I should do it, even if it doesn't make me feel right, even if I'm not happy, even if I just feel like my voice is not being heard or I'm not being true to myself, but let me just go along to get along. Okay, so that's like slowly dying inside. And this is why with the action, you're being encouraged to not do that. And even if it means that you have to do something on your own, be brave enough to do it. You know, you have the ruling planet of Pluto and Mars behind you. Mars is a action planet. So you definitely have that fire in you to do it. Okay, so the outcome spiritually is the need for control of self-confidence to create who you are. So this is a time when you're going to need to control your self-confidence to create who you are. That means not venturing off so much into abusing your power and because abusive power should not build your confidence. That is one of the weakest things I've ever seen. And I see it a lot, especially in workforce places where, or family dynamics where the power shifts are completely off. So you may be in a position of power, but this is you learning how to control it and to build your self-confidence with through being a part of the group, but not losing yourself, and knowing how to set healthy boundaries, and being true to yourself and using your power the right way to empower everyone, not just, you know, you're only empowered and then, you know, but also letting people learn how to empower themselves too. So it's a fine balance. It's a, you know, very thin line. Okay. Now the outcome in the mental is an obsession with taking a chance on your desires. You're kind of becoming obsessed with taking chances. Once something works out for you the first time, you're going to kind of be like, oh my goodness, okay, now that worked out. What else can I get into and make it work out? So this is you testing, getting your feet wet in that pool of manifestation energy, power, but not getting into that point of abusing it. But I do see there's some sort of obsession with it. Like, okay, how can I do this? What do I need to do for that? What stones do I need to use? How do I need to ground myself? What do I need to eat? It's almost like you're going to take this thing is going to take on a life of its own. Just because you're really taking a chance on what you desire in this life. You want something so bad that you're willing to kind of put things in place to go after it now, okay? Now, the physical outcome is a power struggle resulting from the impressiveness of your actions, okay? So you may step on a few toes here. There could be a power struggle, like I said in the beginning of your reading, where you may get into some situations where people are kind of like, hey, well, things are used to being this way. So what if it's toxic? We're used to being toxic. No one else has complained or challenged me. Who do you think you are to come along to challenge me? So there's something that you may be doing that's very impressive, but it could be seen as you trying to be competitive against someone who is used to doing things their way and getting all the shine and things like that. So you may deal with a few challenges here just from you letting your light shine, just from you being who you naturally are. And this doesn't mean you're trying to step on any toes, but you might just step on some toes from being so impressive. You may get some accolades from the higher ups, some people who speak very highly of you, some people who really want to work with you, just because of the way your work habits, or people in the community who want to get to know you, or something like that, in some sort of community in your life. So there could be power struggles when people feel like you're embarking upon, or you're sort of coming into their territory and taking their shine or the attention from them, even if you're not doing it deliberately, okay? Maybe you're just good at what you do. This is your natural self. You've tapped into your power. You're not abusing your power. Maybe they had to abuse their power to get to the top, and you're not doing it that way, and it's bringing you a lot of attention, right? So there seems to be some sort of power struggle resulting from the impressiveness of your actions, how impressive you are, all right? Again, a lot of attention you may be getting, or you could be in that trailblazing energy where, like I said, you're the editor, where maybe you in the past, you've edited a lot of people's stuff, you've edited their personalities, you've encouraged them to edit certain things about their life, their dress, their gifts, all this stuff, and you gave away all of that for free. This is a time when you may be holding on to some things for yourself, and then you put it out there like that. A final show type energy, that first house energy of that Aries energy of that spring, okay, where everything is blooming and people are like, wow, that's what you're doing. That's impressive, you know? So yeah, there could be some people who are kind of like a little jealous of you getting some shine due to you just showcasing your natural gifts, okay? So just be prepared for that. I feel like you can handle this. I feel like you're going to deal with this. You know, especially if you're older and you're mature, you may just recognize jealousy for what it is and kind of even chuckle at it a little bit, you know. All right. Well, Third Decan Pisces, that is the end of your reading. I hope you really enjoyed it. Please feel free to go check out the other 2 decans if you would like. And thank you so much for all of your support and all of your love to this channel. I just ask, if you're not subscribed, to please subscribe to the channel. Also, feel free to go subscribe to my other channel, Star Spa. And the link to that channel is in the description box. And if you like this video, feel free to comment as well, okay? Thank you for all of your support, and I will talk with you amazing 3 Decan Pisces, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd later.